In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive. It's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme. We're too wild. We're too out of control. We're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Well, good morning, boys and girls, and welcome to Steel Toe. Well, we're back after all this time, after the Thanksgiving weekend, after no show Wednesday night, Thursday morning, kind of a show on Friday. It's really kind of a knock-around day. We're back, and back. And so much to talk about. Oh, my goodness. So many things to discuss today. Somebody told Governor Walz it would be a good idea if he showed his face on the national Sunday news shows, which only tells me one thing. And this is really stupid. It tells me that Governor Walz still thinks there's a chance for him to run for president in 2008. Otherwise, or 2028. I wish, am I right? I put some short bets down on the housing market. I think he thinks he's got a shot in 2028 because the next thing he has to run for is his own job, if he's even going to do that anymore, in 2026. He's got to run to still be governor of Minnesota. Now, the problem with that is this fraud scandal, the Somali fraud. But by the way, you're going to hear today maybe the greatest, dumbest answer to a question to a governor or from a governor, the answer to a question from a governor ever. I'll give you a little sneak peek here. On, I think it was Face the Nation, Governor Walz was the guest on there, and the interviewer lady was asking him about, the Somali fraud stuff. And she's like, well, Somalis are doing this, Somalis are doing that. And Governor Walz's answer, his brilliant answer was to go, it's not just Somalis committing fraud in Minnesota. You're like, oh, no. Oh, no, Gov. What are you doing? As if to say, oh, we got tons of people committing fraud in Minnesota. It's fraud all over the place. And he goes, we have a generous welfare system. Right. That's kind of the argument we're making. He goes, oh, we have a generous welfare system. And, it's not just Somalis committing fraud. But that's a very Democratic answer, isn't it? Protect the racial minority group you depend on for votes before you actually protect the sanctity of taxpayer money. It's oh, no. Hey, don't just blame Somalis. We're generous as shit, and a lot of people rip us off. Say, wait, what? Hey, so-and-so says you gave him the clap. Oh, well, look, I mean, it's not just him. I'm very generous with who I sleep with. And what? That doesn't seem like a good defense, even in this one isolated incident. So we're going to play some Tim Walz. You know what? Let's give you a little sneak peek. Here's the Tim Walz clip I was just talking about. And we've got more Tim Walz clips later today. We also have the dreaded whistleblower. Whistleblowers have now come out. Now, people who work for the Minnesota Department of Health and Human Services have come out and said that they went to Tim Walz. They blew the whistle on this. They said there's rampant fraud in our welfare programs, and Tim Walz wanted to hear nothing of it. He just, I mean, they claim that he was punishing whistleblowers, demoting people, threatening people, all kinds of stuff that you can totally see Tim Walz doing behind the scenes. But this is the clip where Tim Walz decides to defend his ignorance on the issue of fraud by claiming that, hey, it's not just Somalis. We all do.
Dozens of people of East African descent have been charged, convicted, and sentenced for stealing more than $1 billion in taxpayer money from government programs during COVID. As you know, Governor, that...
But first of all, you can already see the liberal media spin on this by saying East African descent. No, it ain't Eritrea. It ain't Djibouti. It ain't... it may not be Djibouti, but it's our ass. It's Somalia. And also the liberal spin of, what was that last part there?
Government programs during COVID.
During COVID. Wasn't during COVID. It's been since COVID. It's been before COVID. It started picking up in 2019. And it's gone long after COVID's been gone. In fact, up until this year, the numbers on these programs were still going up, the amount of money coming out of these Medicaid programs. So it's not, I mean, trying to paint it as East African, it was during COVID. No, the Somalis are ripoff artists. I'm sorry.
As you know, Governor, that is more than Minnesota spends each year to run its Department of Corrections. So I want to give you a chance to...
Who, by the way, all fine people. All fine people. Telling you. All wonderful folks.
Respond to this. Do you take responsibility for failing to stop this fraud in your state?
Well, certainly I take responsibility for putting people in jail.
Oh, you see, he's the decider. He takes responsibility for putting people in jail. You shouldn't. That was the federal government. That was federal government investigators who put those people in jail. You didn't have gall to do with it, pal.
Governors don't get to just talk theoretically. We have to solve problems. And I will note, it's not just Somalis. Minnesota is a...
That's my favorite part from this weekend, is it's not just Somalis. Right, yeah. I mean, we bend over for everybody. You should see all the fraud in my state.
Generous state. Minnesota's a prosperous state, a well-run state. We're AAA bond rated, but that attracts criminals. Those people are going to jail. We're doing everything we can, but to demonize an entire community on the actions of a few, it's lazy.
Okay, then I'm lazy. That's fine. I'm okay with being lazy. Like, if that's the best you've got, I'm sitting here saying Somali immigration has been a disaster for Minnesota, and it's something we never should have done. It was a terrible idea. If your response to that is, ooh, that's just lazy, well, then I'm lazy. That's fine. Now let's talk about it. That's ad hominems are the easiest thing to come back on, because all you have to do is accept their premise and go, okay, now let's talk about it. You know, otherwise, what they want you to do is get bogged down in the weeds of, is it lazy? No. I'm totally lazy at 100%. I got a door that needs to be fixed. I haven't done that yet. I procrastinated. But let's talk about the broken door. All right. We got Somalis ripping us off from here to Christmas. That seems like a problem to me. Oh, well, that's just lazy. Okay, cool. Well, then I'm lazy. Now let's talk about it. But we're going to get to more Tim Walz a little bit later today. He is, and you know, we're going to reelect him. I want you to know that. For anybody who thinks that Tim Walz is, you know, like this is going to end him, this is going to wreck Tim Walz, he's finished, it's over. No. This is Minnesota. We're a dumb state. Well, we're lazy, as you can see. I mean, the people who like Tim Walz, this isn't even going to hit their radar. Like to you and I know you know all about it because we've been talking about it. But this doesn't crack the top 10 for people who voted for Tim Walz. So this isn't like Oh, we finally got him. Oh, people are finally going to be exposed as to what Tim Walz is. No, not a chance. So we'll get to that a little bit later. I sense one of the things, judging by our first few donations today, I'm guessing the thing you guys want to talk to me about is this. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says, how about those Vikings, Aaron? That was a horrible game. The Vikings need a good veteran quarterback. All right, let's talk about it. I did get to turn yesterday's game off early. That was nice. I got a lot of things done. But as far as the Vikings go, man, hey, at least we know that Max Brosmer is in our, University of Minnesota diamond in the rough kind of a guy. He's ass. And he can stay a backup. He's probably not good enough to be a backup, but he's ass. He's terrible. He's garbage. And it's back to McCarthy. And, if you're a Vikings fan, look, brother, nobody's coming. Nobody's coming to save us. Nobody's coming to help. This is the rest of the year. You got JJ. So what you have to do now, if you're a Vikings fan, is you got to sit there and pray every week that JJ McCarthy's going to start showing signs. He's going to start proving he can be the franchise quarterback. And by the end of this year, whether we win 4, 5, or 6 games, it's not going to be more than 6. But whether we win 4, 5, or 6 games this year, you just have to hope that JJ McCarthy starts consistently putting up 200 some odd yards, not turning the ball over, and throwing a touchdown or 2 by the end of the year. If you can get to that, maybe you can have some hope going into next season. But you're not going to get anything this year. And this is kind of what it means to bring up a rookie quarterback. Not everybody's going to have a Jaden Daniels rookie year. And Max Brosmer, he was lost out there. The game was way too fast. And many times, J.J. McCarthy has looked like the game is too fast for him. I watched the noon game between San Francisco and Cleveland. Shedeur Sanders is lost out there. Playing quarterback in the NFL is really freaking hard. You got to remember, these are guys who were stat leaders and national champions in college, and they cannot grasp the pro game to save themselves. That's why it always gets me when people are like, those LSU teams with Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow and Justin Jefferson. What if those teams played like the worst NFL team in the league? LSU would have been murdered. They would have been killed. They would have been crushed. They would have been destroyed. Like a team that's, 2-14 versus a legendary college football team. Forget it. Because even though that LSU team had Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, and Joe Burrow, every single one of the players on that professional team was a star in college. So, to watch the difference between the college game and the pro game with these pro quarterbacks, whether it's McCarthy, it's Brosmer, it's Shedeur Sanders, it's all of them, Cam Ward, doesn't matter. There's a huge difference between college and the pros, and that's why drafting a quarterback is a huge gamble, and it's a huge crapshoot. So we're back to JJ next week. I have a few worries on the Vikings. My first worry is this. Is Justin Jefferson going to want out? He hasn't said anything. He hasn't, said he's going to or anything like that. This is just pure conjecture, but it's something you should be worried about as a Vikings fan because Justin Jefferson is in his prime, and he's entering kind of the tail end of his prime. So he's got good years left, and he's the best wide receiver in football. He's so complete. He's a great player. We paid him a lot of money, but money only keeps a guy happy for so long. And Justin Jefferson is not a diva. Justin Jefferson may have asked for a ticket out of here already if he was Stephon Diggs or some other receiver with a giant ego. I'm really worried that if this continues at the end of the year, because I don't think he'll say anything during the season. He's too much of a pro. Justin Jefferson is going to quietly, not publicly, not do it vaguely on Instagram. I think he's going to quietly go to the front office and say, I'd like to go somewhere where I can win, because if we don't even have a quarterback, I don't know how I'm going to be any good as a wide receiver. So one of two things is going to happen. One, J.J. McCarthy is going to show some signs, and we feel confident going in there next year with him and rolling with a second-year quarterback who's doing better. Or, number two, we got to go out and get a veteran that Justin Jefferson believes in, who can sling it. I hope we're not talking about Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers can't stay healthy anymore, and he's going to be a year older. But, I mean, what do? Do you go – I mean, somebody wrote this on Twitter. They were like, are we at the era where Vikings fans say Kyler Murray doesn't look so bad right now? I don't know. I hope not. If Kyler Murray's the answer, we might be very well screwed. But you're either going to have to see something out of McCarthy, or you're going to have to go get someone next year. Because as much as you'd like to bring a quarterback along slowly and you'd like to give him a few years like Bryce Young in Carolina was ass before Bryce Young got there. All right? Minnesota won 14 games last year. So, and more often than not, we go to the playoffs. So you got to worry about the fan base. Is the fan base going to be there if you decide to dig in for 3 years? And you're not going to be able to keep guys like Jefferson around if you're committed to building a quarterback over the next 3 years. So, it's one thing to say we're dedicated to building this quarterback and bringing him along, but there's also business considerations. And the business considerations are the Wilfs going to lose fan interest and lose money? And is Justin Jefferson going to want to stick around while you try to groom this project? I don't think so. So we got serious problems. And then as far as the coaches, as far as the GMs go, I haven't been impressed with Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah for a long time. He drafts like shit. What free agents have hit this year? Jonathan Allen, Javon Hargrave, Will Fries, Ryan Kelly. Our offensive line is still dog shit. And we spent hundreds of millions of dollars trying to fix it, and a first-round pick. So Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah, I think, should be gone at the end of the year regardless. And as weird as it is to say this, because the guy was celebrated last year, I think next season Kevin O'Connell has to start the year on the hot seat. I think next year has to be a prove-it year for O'Connell. And also, I think O'Connell and Kwesi's futures should be tied to J.J. McCarthy. This was their big all-in move. This is it. This year's a loss. Next year is going to say a lot. 26-0 to the Seahawks is bad. And when I saw what the final was yesterday, I'm like, the dread kind of hit me where I went, this could be a multi-year process. We could be looking at a dark time for the Minnesota Vikings for a while. Kind of that, I'm thinking Mike Tice, Leslie Frazier era. Think about that. Yeah, not good. Dildo Do That says Vikings cope stream. You guys, internet lingo is gay, first of all. And second of all, you guys need to learn what cope means. What cope means is that you're irrationally trying to explain something to yourself. I'm giving you the bare facts on what's going on with the Vikings right now. So, did I do that? You got to learn your lingo a little bit, buddy. You got this. I believe in you. Drinking Beers with $5 says Brosmer is the best backup quarterback the Seahawks ever had. That pick six that he threw, that underhanded, weird fourth down thing that oh boy, was that ugly. And oh my God, with the NFL, retard in Detroit. What's his name? Dan Campbell. I have an announcement for you Packer fans. I hate Dan Campbell so much, and I think he's such a retarded ape that I cheered for the Packers last week. On Thanksgiving, I'm at my parents' house. I'm cheering for the Packers. I hate Dan Campbell that much. I mean, this guy is a dipshit. And now all his assistants are gone, so with his assistants out of the building, he's taken a huge step backwards. I mean, you'd think he'd be better because he got all those defenders back. You know, their whole defense was hurt last year. Aiden Hutchinson was gone. You'd think he'd be better. Nope. No, sir. And, you know, I think that I may be a bigger Lions hater than I am a Packers hater at this point, and that feels really gross to say. Drinking beers with $2 says Minnesota blew the games that mattered last year. Yes, they did. $5 from Drinking Beers says Minnesota Vikings fucking suck. Yeah, but that's if I may quote Face the Nation, that's a lazy take. It's lazy to say, oh, well, the Vikings just suck. All right. Yeah, the Vikings suck. But how are you going to fix it? How are you going to fix how bad the Vikings suck? And that's about as much sports talk as we're allowed on this show before people start rebelling. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. I appreciate it, Drinking Beers. Thank you for kicking us off the right way today. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. And let's knock it out of the park today. 18 memberships away from 500. I appreciate it. Did I do that? It says, irrationally thinking the Vikings were going to be something this year is cope. Not at all. Not at all. I'm sorry, you don't know football if that's the case. The Vikings leaned in free agency, on paper fixed all of their problems, and if J.J. McCarthy hits, then the team's a contender. He didn't hit. They're not a contender. I think you're just getting a little too excited. Rummage Sale says, remember when you were laughing at me when I said the Bears were the best in the division? Oh, shut up. Everybody laughed at you for saying that. Don't act like, oh, Aaron, remember when you... Everybody laughed at you for saying that the Bears were the best team in the NFC North. First of all, that debate from preseason onward was always about the Packers or the Lions. The Vikings and the Bears were afterthoughts by the big press. I mean, the Vikings over-under on wins was set at 9. So borderline playoff team is what the media was thinking for the Vikings. Nobody was thinking the Bears were going to be better than the Lions or the Packers this year. Good for them. I mean, it just shows how good of a coach Ben Johnson is with that atrocious quarterback they have to still be able to be in first place. That's really impressive. Drinking Beers with $2 says, no fixing it. They fucking suck. Well, they better fix it. I love that when people are like, there's no fixing it. Well, yeah, there is. The guys who own the team, the guys who make the money, they're going to figure out how to fix it. Otherwise, they're fucked. Mike Go with $1 says 0 to 26. It's 26-0. What is this? Fucking ping pong. 0 to 26. Ha ha ha. Go Hawks. 12th man wins again. Skull. I'll tell you this. I didn't miss Sam Darnold watching the game yesterday. I'll tell you that much. I mean, he was okay, but I definitely watched Sam Darnold's limitations. I mean, we had him bottled up for 2.5, 3 quarters. And even after that, I mean, I don't think the Seahawks offense scored more than, well, there were 4 turnovers on defense. So I would say the Vikings defense was probably responsible for, I don't know, 10, 13 points ultimately. I certainly didn't miss Sam Darnold. You know who I'm kind of missing? I think we might have let a real one in Daniel Jones get away. But you can't, like, everybody can look back and go, oh, I know exactly what we should have done. The problem with that is we spent a number 10 overall pick on a quarterback. You got to let him play. And if he fails, he fails. That's why drafting a quarterback in the top 10 is so risky, because the coach and the GM now tie their future to that guy. It's a huge risk. But you got to let them play it out. And the best the Vikings can hope for is to die in their sleep. No, is to see improvements out of J.J. McCarthy. That's the best you can do. Rummage Sale says, atrocious quarterback. He's way better than anyone in the division. I'll take anybody. I'll take Love. I'll take Jared Goff over Caleb. First of all, I'm going to, Bears fans, I know you never win. I know this is never, but take it from a team that won 14 last year. You guys are new to this whole winning thing. You guys do it like once every 7 years. The Hale-Bopp Comet and the Bears going to the playoffs, those are the sightings. So relax, guys. Let me tell you something about your quarterback. He cannot throw from the pocket. They're going to figure out that run around like a chicken with his head cut off thing. The only way Caleb Williams can make a play is by running around outside of the pocket for a good 5 to 6 seconds, and then the defense gets so tired of covering his receivers that one guy breaks free. He's dog shit. Caleb Williams is not a number 1 overall pick at all. You guys are stuck with him. But hey, put a really loaded team around him, load up that defense, load up that offensive line like you did in the offseason, and he might have a shot. But that team's going to collapse, either in the playoffs or when their schedule gets really tough here. I know they've got Packers coming up. They got 49ers coming up. They've had a really easy schedule, and they've pulled off a lot of one-score wins. Basically, the Bears this year, and you Bears fans are going to hate to hear this, the Bears this year are the 2022 Vikings. You know that team that went 13-4 with Kirk Cousins, and they won a bunch of one-score games? That's you guys this year. Drinking beers with $5 says Somali's 100 suck. Hey, that's not true. We've got a lot of people in this state that suck. That's such a bad look for our governor. Just Tim Walz going, oh, Somali fraud. Hey, wait a minute. We've got lots of fraud in this state. Yeah, we know, Gov. We know. Thank you. Rummage Sale says, now that's Cope. Yeah, okay. All right. I know you guys have won for the first time. And when's the last time you guys had a winning record? It's probably been about 6 years. Let's go 20, because I know you didn't win last year. I know you didn't win the year before in 23. I know you didn't win in 22. Let's go 2021 Bears. How'd you guys do? 6-11. Okay. 2020, the COVID season that nobody fucking counts. Looks like, oh, hey, you guys went 8-8. Congratulations. You went 8-8 in 2020, so you didn't win then. How about 2019? That was 6 years ago. Were you guys winners? Matt Nagy, I'm guessing no. 2019 season, despite a 3-1 start, they'd fall to 3-5. Oh yeah, there you go. You were 12-4. You were 8-8 in 2019. 2018, you were 12-4. So I was right. Every 7 years, you guys win. Sorry. And trying to defend yourself from that, my friend, that's Cope. All right. Now, I don't mean to bury you guys on football this morning. Let's not do that. Let's get into some other things. I've already rattled the cages of Rummage Sale and did I do that? That's not what I came here to do today. We came here to be on the same side. And that same side is Tim Walz is a fraudulent asshole. So here's what I need you to do. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. We're already climbing up to 500 this morning before 6:30. So good trajectory. I'm digging the trajectory today. Hit like, hit share, hit follow. Thank you, everybody on Twitter, Kick, Facebook, Rumble, and, of course, our number 2 there on YouTube. By the way, big news on YouTube and Twitter this weekend. And by this weekend, I mean the long Thanksgiving weekend. Twitter and YouTube, more so YouTube than Twitter, are rigging algorithms like crazy. It was reported this weekend. And as far as YouTube goes, I don't know. Well, I kind of have an idea of what's going on. I'm pretty sure what YouTube's trying to do is wipe out organic algorithms, wipe out organic reach, wipe out organic channels. I think they're clearing the way for the Paramounts, for the, NBCs, for the ABCs. I think they're making room to allow the mainstream media to take things over on YouTube. I think YouTube's never been profitable, by the way. It's always been a loss leader for Alphabet. But I think YouTube, the people who run it want to see a little more revenue coming out of there. They are demonetizing and straight up deleting some of the safest channels you'll ever see. I mean, people with millions of followers, hundreds of thousands of followers, tens of millions of views, and they're just wiping them out. I mean, my Twitter feed is full of guys who do tutorial channels and, all kinds of analysis channels. I mean, some of the driest, safest stuff you'll ever see. And they're all people who got where they got organically. And they're being wiped out Some of them are having their monetization taken away or their channel straight up taken away because of this thing called they were associating with a demonetized channel, meaning like they did an interview with or they had this person on their channel, and now YouTube has decided to take away their monetization. You've got reports of them taking money away from people. You've got channels being straight up deleted in the middle of the night. It's this new AI algorithm they have. And once the AI algorithm kicks somebody off, you appeal it, and then they do a person review, and they usually just confirm what the AI said. We had it happen to us in a small way a little while back. A couple weeks ago, we got it 24 hours. We couldn't live stream because there was a stream over a month ago where we played a news story, and in that news story, Hamas militants had guns strapped over their shoulders. Now, that's not a violation of any of YouTube's terms of service. That's not a community guidelines thing at all. If I were to have one slung over my shoulder, you could say, okay, you know, maybe that's a violation of something or promoting or anything. This was covering a news story. This was not a problem, an issue at all. We had the middle of our stream, we had the episode taken down from a month ago, and then we couldn't stream for 24 hours. So they are doing something, and I do believe, and this is going to be another obnoxious Aaron was right thing, but I know media. You can say what you want about social media. There is no social media. It's all media. And one thing I can tell you is these legacy companies are not going away. I've told you this about television. I've told you this about radio. I've told you this about everything. The internet and the people on it vastly overvalue themselves. And I've been the one telling the kids there's no Santa Claus for a long time, and you guys don't like it, and I know, but this is medicine you need to take. Look, these legacy companies are not just going to take their chips and go home. They're going to use the leverage they have, which is their legacy and their built-up war chest, and they're going to get back in the game. All right? They tried to keep the TV and radio part of it going for as long as they could. All right? And that's going to keep going. That will still always have its audience. It's just losing market share. But what they're going to do is go into the market that they're losing the market share to, and they're going to go get in the game there. And they're going to throw money at YouTube. They're going to acquire companies. They're going to buy access. And they're just going to drown all their competition in money. I mean, even PewDiePie now has said, I'm done with the YouTube game streaming. I'm finished with it. Like a true legend. Because he sees what's going on with the algorithms and everything else. They're going to start giving legacy mainstream media the access, the big movie studios, the access, Paramount, the access. That's who's going to get it. You know, it's kind of like the oil company. When wind and solar started becoming a thing, BP started buying solar and wind farms because they were like, well, if we're going to lose market share to this, we might as well own it. So it was a great run for, you know, organic creation on YouTube. But really, that's been under attack since about 2010. I mean, that's been under attack for a while. And now you're going to see more and more people get their channels taken away, or you know, really more than anything, get their monetization taken away. Because when you get demonetized, they still run ads on your channel. You just don't get a piece of it. So YouTube gets to keep a bigger chunk of the advertising revenue. So look, the algorithms are getting stripped. The channels are outright being shut down. I mean, I'm one of the lucky ones. They just don't put our show out there at all. But they haven't taken away our channel or monetization. I mean, yet. Approachable says YouTube is going Netflix. Yes, absolutely. But it's not. Look, it's not that YouTube is going Netflix. It's that Netflix went what Amazon went. You know, they went Paramount. They went I don't think it's Viacom anymore, but they went with all the mainstream media channels. Warner Brothers. I mean, they're all going to end up winning. They have more resource. They'll get more access. I promise you. Did I do that? Says this guy is just it's not filibustering, it's filibustering, but I know. I have this problem where when we do this show and I speak really uncomfortable truth to people who live most of their life online, they really start to get uncomfortable with it. But Look, man, you can live in a fantasy world until they smack you upside the head with reality, or you can try to find out what reality is and go live that way. I prefer the latter. Drinking beers with $1 says, I'd huff steel-toe nut from a holiday gas station toilet seat. No reason. Thank you, Drinking Beers. Drinking Beers with $2 says, I overvalue myself. Why not? I fucking suck. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Drinking Beers is living up to his name this morning. Thank you, buddy. And he is in first place with his $22. Thank you very much, Drinking Beers. Sandy in second with 20. Red Fox Mad in third with his $5. Thank you, pal, and thank you for your generosity. Coltrane says Caleb Williams will end up like Kaepernick. What, a half-white guy who has to over-accentuate his blackness in order to feel legit? Teams figure out how to contain him, and he will get eaten alive. But Caleb likes being mauled by dudes. That's true. Caleb Williams with the painted fingernails and everything. He probably doesn't hate that part. Probably why he's been playing football so long. Sam Show says, please just stop watching YouTube, then waste another 10 years trying to muscle into another platform. A tale as old as time. Well, yeah. I mean, they use their vast financial resources to buy in. That's it. Well, look at the Barry Weiss thing that CBS is doing. You've got Barry Weiss had the free press. It was the only internet news thing that was still getting Israel's back. So the mainstream news is like, that's what we'll buy. We'll try to buy cool. But nobody's watching the free press. Nobody was watching Barry Weiss. Nobody gave a shit. It was just a lesbian Jewish liberal lady who would hold water for Israel. So the mainstream news went, hey, she's from the internet, kids. Here you go. And then she's like, I know how to fix the news. I know how to get people watching mainstream news again. How's that, Barry? We'll put Alan Dershowitz in there with Dana Lash. Okay. Meanwhile, Tucker Carlson is trying to get Piers Morgan to say fag. I'm sure everyone wants to hear what the pedo and the gun lady, the trad gun lady, have to say about everything. Sure. All right, let's get into a couple of things that went on while we were gone. This was number one. This was kind of exciting, but I don't think it's going to hold up in court at all. President Trump says any document signed by Joe Biden's auto pen is hereby terminated, saying, I'm hereby canceling all executive orders and anything else that was not directly signed by crooked Joe Biden because the people who operated the auto pen did so illegally. Now, the problem is a lot of presidents have used auto pen. This is not, I mean, Trump's administration has probably used auto pen before. So I don't think a judge is going to hold this up. I don't think a judge is going to say that everything the president signs has to be signed by hand. I mean, what? Does he have to dip the feather in the ink well himself before he signs it, or does someone have to do that for him? Look, I think what's happening here is Donald Trump his approval ratings have gone in the shitter. They've gone in the absolute toilet. And he's throwing as much red meat out there as he can. All the red meat he can throw out there, except being America first, abandoning Israel, and doing what's in our best interest rather than some country that's occupying us. He's not going to do that. But he's going to throw as much red meat as he can at people. The Epstein stuff, which, I mean, that's going to be dipped in black ink. Canceling Joe Biden's executive orders, going after Comey and Letitia James. Here's the problem. The people who are shopping for their children's Christmas presents right now, the people who are looking to retire in the next couple of years, they don't give a shit about James Comey and Letitia James and your personal blood feuds. They don't care about Joe Biden anymore and the auto pen. We elected Donald Trump so we didn't have to hear about Joe Biden anymore. And now when Donald Trump's approval rating gets into the high 30s, which is disastrous, he starts going, we're going to go after Crooked Joe. I don't care. Ban BlackRock from buying houses. Ban Vanguard from buying single-family homes. Break up State Street. Vanguard and BlackRock because they have a stranglehold on our economy. If you own over 5% of a company's stock, you essentially have a controlling interest in that company. BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street own more than 20% in a shitload of Fortune 500 companies, some of the bluest of the blue chips. I mean, these companies need to be broken up. They have our economy at gunpoint. But we're not going to do that. Although, you know, look, I know we tend to lean right on this show, but Bernie Sanders would do it. And that's ultimately what you're going to get with a lot of these broken promises by Republicans. You're going to have a lot of these people who are voting Republican because they're nationalist. You're going to see them vote for a progressive nationalist. If you have a lefty nationalist, a lot of these MAGA people will move and vote for them if Trump continues to fail. Because these people aren't so much Adam Smith and the invisible hand and capitalism. They're America first. Whatever they think is best for them and best for the country. They're not dogmatic when it comes to their economics. They just want to see America be the best. And if they think that some guy on the left who's being nationalist is going to do it better than some corporate Republican controlled by Israel, they're going to go that way. Shit, I'd think of going that way just to send a message. It is time to stop treating this country like a multinational corporation and start treating it like a nation state again. That sure would be nice. But Donald Trump saying everything's signed in AutoPen, you know, I saw people writing on Twitter this weekend there, oh, this is where we finally get Fauci. Oh, guys, stop. Nothing's going to happen with Fauci. He won. It's over. He got away with it. He fucked us. He sent us into the seventh level of hell. We smiled while he did it. It's over now. He got away. And what? He's 80-something right now. He'll be dead before they ever fully prosecute the guy. And no, taking away the AutoPen thing, the first court they appeal it to is going to go, the AutoPens are fine. There's nothing wrong with the AutoPen. And if it does end up getting to the Supreme Court, they're going to rule that it's fine to sign things in AutoPen too. So I don't think anything's going to happen with this, but it is Trump chumming the waters, if you will, throwing that red meat out. He said the radical left lunatics circling Biden around the beautiful, resolute desk in the Oval Office took the presidency away from him. I am hereby canceling all executive orders and anything else that was not directly signed by crooked Joe Biden because the people who operated the AutoPen did so illegally. I mean, if this was just Joe Biden doing it, then maybe you'd have an argument. AutoPen's been used for a while. And I don't think this is going to go anywhere. If it does, I'll be pleasantly surprised. I mean, hell, that would be great, but I really don't think it's going to happen. TDR Shit Show with $5 says, I now only use YouTube if I need to learn to fix something. Other than that, fuck them. Drinking Beers with $2 says TDR Shit Show is actually gay. Well, that's an allegation. You two can fight that one out. I'm interested to see how that one works out. TDR now in fourth place, and Drinking Beers extends his lead in first. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate. Well, I love seeing you girls fight. All right. We've got accusations of coping this morning. We've got accusations of homosexuality. We're all over the place. Ablo Pacheco says the problem that needs to be addressed that everyone keeps missing is, was Biden mentally aware of the AutoPen signatures? If he wasn't, the AutoPen signatures are all out. Okay, fair point, but how do you determine that? I mean, do you have people testify? Do you have, do you drag Joe Biden in there? How do you find out if he knew? All he has to say is, yes, I knew. That's it. He just has to go in there and go, yeah, I totally was aware they were signing that. You can eat all those peppermint sticks, and then he's done. Look, I don't think it's healthy for us to be looking back like this anyway. I think we ought to be looking forward. I think we're dangerously close to the precipice of America, if it hasn't already, becoming a multinational conglomerate, a wholly owned subsidiary of BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street. I mean, I was watching, there's this channel that does a really good job covering BlackRock. If you guys, here, I want to see if I can find this video. Hey guys, BlackRock has their own YouTube channel. Yay. More Perfect Union. There's shut the fuck up for a second, guys. I'm trying to promote your channel. It's called More Perfect Union. It has 2.42 million subscribers, and the stuff they do on BlackRock is really, really good. Like BlackRock now is trying to buy like physical assets. They're trying to buy, I think they call it like real world capital or something like that. In Minnesota here, they're trying to buy an energy provider. They're also doing this thing where they buy trailer parks and then jack up the rental rates on people. They don't fix anything. They don't fix it. You know, they don't treat the water. They don't do anything. These people have like brown, nasty, shitty water. And it's really, really bad. You know what? If we get to 500 memberships, I know we're 18 away from 500. If we just get to 500 today and I have to do that extra 30 minutes, we'll do one of these More Perfect Union videos. As bad as you think BlackRock may be, they're way, way worse. And that More Perfect Union, I mean, go watch them before they're demonetized or taken down by YouTube for reporting what they're reporting. But they do a really good job. Resterly says BlackRock just bought a utility company. They're trying to buy utility companies in Minnesota too, and Wisconsin as well. And if they succeed, I mean, it's going to be bad news for all regular people. It's going to be a bad news for, you know, people and businesses that depend on those utility companies. And again, nobody's doing anything. Nobody in government is stopping them. Like, none of this should be allowed. Spirit and Frontier want to merge. Government stops it in its tracks, says, no, you can't do it. BlackRock is buying controlling interests in many of our major companies, media, technology, I think NVIDIA, Apple, a lot of different companies. They own controlling stocks in. And now they want to buy energy and power and utilities and water and housing, and nobody fucking does anything. Nobody does. I mean, we need a Teddy Roosevelt in there. We need a trust buster. We need somebody to come in with a club and just bust the shit out of these companies. And honestly, if our Constitution somehow protects BlackRock, somehow protects them doing this, then we need someone who's going to disregard the Constitution to do it. Like Andrew Jackson said when he was breaking up the federal bank, when he said the Supreme Court has issued their ruling, now let's see them enforce it. And he just did what he thought was best for the country anyway. We need someone to do that. Smash up Blackguard, smash up BlackRock, smash up State Street, get rid of all these giant asset management companies and break them down into very little pieces. Hopefully. Drinking beers with $5. Says TDR shit show and I need to find a good weight park rub and tug. Didn't they get rid of the good weight park rub and tug? Not good. I shouldn't mean good. I mean the one that was, well, I probably that Your Honor, rephrase. I didn't mean like the good rub and I don't know any rub and tugs, but I'm saying the one that was well known as a rub and tug. It was it's a wedding store now. It's like a wedding dress place. Massage Envy, I think is what it was called. I just said the good one. I can assure you, I did not mean the good one. Tim Finman says BlackRock's been proxy to buy trailer parks since 2018. They did it for the one I lived in at the time. Now it's a massive apartment complex. Pablo Pacheco says, I'm not saying that I wish death against Larry Fink. I'm simply saying that if he were tarred and feathered and ran out of town, I would laugh at him as it happened. Yeah, Larry Fink's a giant problem too. But like if there was no more Larry Fink, it's kind of like what happened with United Healthcare. You know, their CEO got murdered in the street. They just found a new one, and he just kept doing the same business. Same thing with Larry Fink and BlackRock. They'll do the same thing. All right, let's switch it up a little bit here. We're getting into the weeds. We're getting heavy. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. I like the cut of your guys' jibs so far today. 530 is the number, on our way up to 600 and hopefully 700 after that. I'm strapped in, guys. I'm excited for today. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. We appreciate it. Let's do this Rampage Jackson clip. Rampage has had a tough year. Rampage had his son nearly beat that pro wrestler to death inside the ring, that Psycho Stu guy. His son's going to be going to prison for that more than likely. Then you have Rampage, who is a former UFC light heavyweight champion, if you didn't know. Rampage now streams on Kick. I didn't know that. I didn't know that Rampage, his retirement plan was, doing, and I think he does IRL streaming. I'm not sure if he does a show or if he just walks around, doing walk-in talks or whatever. But Rampage Jackson is a streamer on Kick now, and he was asked about gay people. And, Rampage is one of these guys where if you ask him, he will oblige you. If you want Rampage's opinion on something, this is a guy who's been elbowed in the head 40,000 times. He doesn't have a lot of restraint, all right? And, if he has a few drinks, maybe the CTE kicks in a little harder than it does on most days, and he'll really go off. So he's at some kind of rednecky bar, and he's got his cowboy hat on, and this guy who looks like he could be a gay steps up to him and starts talking to him about gay people. And this is the memorable rant that Rampage went on over the weekend. I think this was Wednesday night before Thanksgiving.
They announced this shit, though. No, it's because people don't understand psychology. It's psychology.
That's right, guys. What you're about to hear is a mixed martial arts fighter who's had his brains beat in more times than we can count is going to tell you about psychology. Get ready.
It's psychology. It's psychology. The gay motherfuckers, they want people to be like them.
By the way, go back because I'm sorry for pausing so much. I'm going to let this go. He didn't say gay people. Gay motherfuckers. He's the gay motherfuckers.
It's psychology. The gay motherfuckers, they want people to be like them. Because, listen, I don't got no problem with gay people, but they get mad when you say it's not normal. That's gay mentality. They want to act like it's normal. Shit ain't normal. It's an abomination because you can't procreate.
Did you say you can't co-create? We can listen to this rant from some right-wing ideologue politician. You can listen to this rant from Ben Shapiro all day and just go, okay, Ben. But it hits different when it comes from Rampage Jackson because there's a level you can take the argument to, and you can't go any higher than that because this guy might beat the shit out of you if you disrespect him. So he's like, these gay motherfuckers, they can't co-create.
Hey, it's an abomination because you can't procreate.
There's two different versions of that though. There's the now version that's fucking wild. Or there's the
no.
There's a generation.
No,
that
I'm getting sick of it. I'm getting sick of it. Listen, I'm not gonna let them fuck up my stream. Mods, it's open season. Get all them gay niggas out of my chat. I don't give a fuck if I only got 200 people watching me. 2 people watching me. Get them out.
Are you defending me because of my riot tools?
Yeah, your riot tools.
That's how gay I am.
No, I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna tell you something. You know why I fuck with you, right?
So Rampage Jackson was having a conversation about gay people with this guy at a bar, which, by the way, Wednesday night before Thanksgiving, drinking at a bar, best time to talk about LGBTQ matters. But Rampage starts talking about how homosexuality is an abomination. And finally he just goes, yo, chat, yo, mods, get all the gay ends out of my chat right now. Apparently Rampage had it with the gay community. He was done, bro. Rampage was finished. And there was a moment where people were tweeting this and they were sending it out there and they were like, we need to, take action. We need to do something about this. It's like, what the fuck are you going to do to Rampage Jackson? This isn't a politician, dude. This isn't some PC streamer or anything like that. This isn't some guy, playing Fortnite and he just accidentally went into a gay rant. This is Quentin Rampage Jackson. Yeah, no. You go ahead. You go ahead and tell Rampage that he can't talk about gay people. I really want to see how that goes. Please. Be my guest. And then again, tell me exactly what he says to you. I'd like to know. Drinking beers with $1 says, I don't want to believe I gave you $300 thus far. I should start an OnlyFans. I should start an OnlyFans, and you'd be my biggest contributor. Drinking beers. You've thrown in 30 today, and we appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Uh-oh. I fucked up. What did I do? What did I do? There we go. I fixed it. I fixed it, everybody. I fixed it. I fixed it. Thank you, Drinking Beers. Appreciate it. What? Yeah, 09 Canyon says, what's with the music? Don't sound like any country bar I ever heard of. It did sound a little gay in there, didn't it? Can we go back to, let's go back to the Rampage clip.
It's an abomination because you can't procreate.
That's true. Look at the lighting. Look at the people dancing in the background. Was Rampage hanging out at a gay bar just shitting on gay people? Because that's even more based. I thought he was at a country bar being like, yo, gay's an abomination. You can't procreate. He might be at a gay bar doing this shit.
There's two different versions of that, though. There's the now version that's fucking wild. Or there's the
No.
there's a generation that
I'm getting sick of
actually
I'm getting sick of it. Listen, I'm not gonna let them fuck up my stream. Mods. It's open season. Get all them gay niggas out of my chat. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck if I only got 200 people watching.
Hey,
2 people.
Rampage banning all the gay people from his stream. He's funny in that way that he doesn't give a shit. Like that's his brand of humor. Drinking Beers with $5 says, this $5 is to remind TDR Shit Show that he's extremely gay. TDR Shit Show, could you go ahead and let us know if you've received the message that you're gay? It's of the utmost importance. Drinking Beers needs you to know that you're a homosexual. Just, I wanted to let you know. Nobody's saying you can't be gay. Nobody's saying you can't be gay in Kick. We're just saying you can't be gay on Rampage Jackson's chat. And I don't know. I think he should reconsider because I think Rampage could have some wonderful, wonderful debates on his Kick channel. Zenman Build says, oh shit, it's B.A. Baracus. That's right. Rampage did play B.A. Baracus in that awful, terrible Bradley Cooper A-Team remake. Why was that allowed to be done? Chips and Diff says, look at the background dancers. Definitely gay. No, it was super gay. It was a super gay environment that Rampage was in. Bigot on Socialist Media says, go into his chat and pretend to be a gay F and see how long it takes to get banned. That would be a fun little experiment, right? Oh, Chips and Diff has the name of the bar for us. Apparently it's called Drinking Beers and Licking Queers. Well, I got to be honest with you, that's a little on the nose. It's a bit aggressive. Ladies and gentlemen, let's bring Johnny in. There he is. Good morning, sir.
Hello, you forgot to turn your camera on.
Yeah, no, I didn't.
Okay.
I was going to turn it on when I was ready to turn it on.
My apologies.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I did not know that. From here, it just looks like
no,
you forgot.
I had a plan.
Okay.
I had a goddamn plan. And now you ruined it. So there, I'll turn the fucking camera on, you fucking
I'm
pussy.
sorry. I didn't know.
No,
Next
it's
time,
fine.
maybe
Whatever. How's the ivermectin going?
Ivermectin's going pretty well. I took 2 days off over the weekend to see if I noticed like a big change off of a drop off of the medication, and I my hand strength has been so good for so long that like over the weekend it wasn't like it was a little diminished, but like I've maintained. So this ivermectin stuff seems to be doing quite the ticket. I also have been taking a huge break on the herb thing, and that also has helped apparently with the hand a little bit, but it's made my legs way worse and the pain annoying. So, you know, pluses and minuses.
So your upper half is better without the weed.
Yeah. Lower half way not better. So it's
is the lower half worse, or can you just feel it more?
Worse because the legs are really spazzy. But no, I'd say the pain is slightly worse. But I probably am just feeling that more. But the spasticity is way worse, and that's not a matter of feel. That's a matter of I can't walk and stuff. So I don't know what it is. It is what it is. I found out that if I ever have to, for any reason, like if the government suddenly ups and makes it illegal again, I could go without weed. It's not the end of the world.
Have you noticed any like irritability, or have you noticed any like?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
I'm
really?
always more of a dick when I don't. Yeah, dude, I'm always more of a.
Well, that's a sign that you're addicted to it, that you're dependent on it.
Well, duh.
Oh,
I've been using, dude. Like I've been smoking weed for years. There's a psychological addiction, if nothing else. I'm sorry. Were there people who were oblivious? Does anyone think that me or anyone else believes like, oh no, there's no addiction. There's addiction levels to weed, but I'd equate it to cigarettes or less. Like you can walk away, and probably not even as bad as nicotine. In all honesty. So 3-4 weeks without it, the chemical addiction's gone. Then after that, it's all psychological. It's just the fact that you're used to the habit.
Something to be said for telling a guy, hey, I think you might be addicted to this thing. And he goes, well, no shit. Oh, never mind. All right.
I mean, I'm sitting here right now thinking, well, if only I had some, like, yeah, no, it is what it is. Oh, that's a weird request.
Joey Caravello at $2 says, Johnny's in pain. Good. Well, that's not. I don't think Johnny being in pain is a good thing.
I'm glad Joey's happy. I don't know if this will make it better or worse for you. It's a regular thing. It's just the scale's up a little higher is all.
Yeah, joke's on you, Joey. He's always in pain. You thought you were getting one over on him. How's that? Turns out he always hurts a lot. Does that make you feel better? You piece of shit. All right. Well, so I guess we're not going to have the weed conversation because you shut that down. Just went, yep.
Yeah, dude,
sure
sorry.
But the ivermectin's working better. I think the only thing that's going to help the legs maybe is like maybe regular exercise of them. I don't know.
I'm trying to. Again, the big problem with the regular exercise of them is again the fact that they just literally, when my muscles engage, when I start trying to use them, especially like right now when my legs are really bad, my legs have an all or none feature. So it's like full extension or nothing. And even then, when I try to quote relax them, they don't want to bend.
You need DDP. You need to go to the accountability crib. You'll be like his greatest achievement. Well, no, Jake the Snake Roberts will always be his greatest achievement.
Yeah, dude.
But like Lex Luger.
No. Fucking, what's the last guy that he got out of the wheelchair?
Lex Luger?
Yeah, Lex Luger's the greatest achievement. They said he'd never walk again. The dude's doing assisted walking and stuff. More, bravo.
I think if you're a wrestling fan, you appreciate the Jake the Snake one more because Jake the Snake was always the guy who was like, he's going to die from an overdose. Like he's like hopelessly lost on drugs. And we all loved Jake the Snake when we were kids. And to see him get clean was like, wow, nobody could ever do that. Like the WWE has a program where if you ever wrestled for them, they'll pay for your treatment. Mm-hmm. And he'd used the WWE treatment program a bunch of times and it never took. So he was kind of the guy that nobody was ever going to fix. And then DDP did it.
Just to show him he means business.
Yeah. And then Lex Luger comes along. He can't walk, and he's never going to walk again. And DDP gets him putting stars on Christmas trees and shit. It's wild.
Yeah, no, I feel like in a lot of ways that's the bigger accomplishment. The Jake the Snake one, though, is kind of neck and neck with it, but for different reasons.
God, you know what? That's almost a poll-worthy question. What's DDP's... greatest accomplishment?
Some asshole comes in here with wrestling stats. Well, technically, when he was in the ring, like, no, none of us give a shit about that. It's what he's doing now.
Oh man, yeah, the Lex Luger one is pretty big though. That's fair. Joey Caravello at $2 says, "I'm just joshing you, Jonathan. Maybe you could huff some of Digger's panties. Hear her ass smell is a cure-all." I didn't know that. Is that true?
I didn't know that at all either.
$5 from Drinking Beers says this is $5 is for Queer Johnny. Congratulations, Queer Johnny.
I didn't know I was queer.
Well, aren't you glad you have
I'm learning so much about myself.
Aren't you glad you have these people here to let you know what you are?
Thank the Lord.
Yeah.
I would have never found out.
If Drinking Beers was here, you'd be so silly you'd think you liked pussy. And now we're finding out that you're just a big mo. And you had no idea.
Technically, I take Joey's advice. You'd think I like pussy if I'm huffing panties. That would be a...
Yeah, but it's her ass
pussy-worthy
smell,
achievement.
so it's still the ass smell that would be fixing you.
Fair enough. You know what? Fair point. I didn't consider
There's something you like about ass pheromones.
Dear
That's
Lord.
the cure-all, yeah.
Can I unlearn these things I've just learned about me? Because I'm not comfortable with them.
No. All these guys are trying to help.
Well, that's all. They mean well.
Yeah, they're just trying to make sure you know that you're a deeply closeted homosexual who likes to sniff the ass part of panties.
I get it.
And by the way, if that's not being a friend, nobody
I
here
don't know
knows.
what is.
Yeah.
A real friend is like, hey, dude, you need to know you're gay.
And you like smelling ass specifically.
Nobody been up there and told you.
You've been gone a long time. They didn't tell you. You don't like pussy no more. Go back and get your fucking cock box. You motherfucker. You fucking mutt. You hit like, hit follow. We're up nearing 600 for the morning already. Thank you. 551 is the number. Hit like, hit follow, hit subscribe. You came here just in time for some Governor Walz stuff.
Oh, boy.
Oh,
What's he up to?
It's been a weekend. Just basically letting black Somalis get away with raping our state. It's, well, you asked. Oh, and then going on national media and making excuses for it.
I really wish he'd stop doing both of those things.
Well, I don't understand why he needs to go on national media. This is what worries me. Unless he's deciding he wants to run for president in 2028.
He claims he's not, but then again, he also said he wasn't going to give up his military tour even if he was elected governor. And the first thing he did the minute he was elected governor was bail on his military tour, launching it.
No, the military tour was before governor. That was they were about to be sent to Iraq. His unit was about to be sent to Iraq, and he bailed. He qualified for his retirement. He said, well, my time's up. I've served my time. I'm leaving. And he didn't go to Iraq.
I thought he left because he was elected, and he said, if elected, I'd continue to serve.
I believe that happened before.
I'm pretty sure I looked into this earlier because I really disliked Tim Walz for a lot of his military bullshit.
When did Tim Walz leave the military? 24-year serving since 2019 as governor. Walz retired from the National Guard in 2005 to run for Congress.
Yeah, but that's the way they report it. But what actually happened, I'm pretty sure I even had like a Minnesota Tribune interview about, hey, like, so you're in this election and your unit's been called up to serve. You know, what happened?
It was a congressional election, though, not the governor
Okay.
election. Yeah. Different.
Either way, ass hat and a half told everybody, oh, no, if elected, we'll find a way to make it work. Like,
he bailed on everybody.
And he was not like the head, like commanding officer of the battalion or whatever unit he was in. But he was like one of the higher ups. So there's a whole bunch of people in the chain of command that are used to like, oh, I deal with this guy. I work with this guy. I know this guy. I know his temperament, his moods, his his subliminal like kind of hints. So I know when I'm going too far or whatever. And he's just like, yeah, guys, we're like a week to go. Our first like actual tour in an area of like, combat and stuff.
Yeah.
I'm gonna bail because
he's a total piece of shit.
Yep.
100%. But leaving your crew, leaving your military unit that you're in, not just leaving your military unit, leaving the military unit you are in command of, but just before they go to Iraq is a real shitbag move. Yep. Joey Caravello with $5 says proof that Johnny is not queer. We'll get to that later. $5 from Drinking Beer says this $5 is for Johnny's ass pheromone research. Well, that's helpful.
Who's doing this research?
Well, if you do, you've got $5 to do it. So a bunch of things happened over the weekend regarding Tim Walz and the Somali fraud in Minnesota. To catch you guys up, if you don't know, Somalis are robbing our state blind. Billions of dollars in fraudulent welfare claims and services claims to Medicaid. I mean, basically what these Somalis are doing is they're setting up shadow corporations or LLCs. They're setting up companies that provide a litany of services. They're setting up each one of them are setting up 6 companies. One provides autism care. One provides feeding our families care. One provides needy, elderly, and infirmed people care so that they can live in their own homes, and all this different stuff. Oh, daycare. One of them sets up, and then one of them's a daycare company. So they got 4 or 5 companies that they set up, and then they just bill Medicaid, or they bill the state of Minnesota, or they bill Health and Human Services. They claim they performed a bunch of services. They never did. They have names. They have people who sign up, and I'm guessing those people get kickbacks from it. And this is now totaled what they've found so far. It's totaled billions of dollars. Yep. I believe about $2 billion at this point. And the federal prosecutor has already said, Prosecutor Joe already said, this is just what we found so far. This is the tip of the iceberg. There's going to be a lot more.
Yeah. Minnesota's like the number one investor in Somalia and Al-Shabaab now.
Yeah, the number one
like
funding,
a 98% stake.
The number one funding source, and that's not a joke. The number one funding source for Al-Shabaab in Somalia, in the Horn of Africa, is Minnesota taxpayer money. So,
that's so bad.
Somalis will either get their own welfare money and they'll send remittances back to Somalia, or they'll commit this fraud, they'll get taxpayer money and they'll send those remittances back to Somalia. Another thing they do is they buy houses in Kenya where they're a lot cheaper, and they take our government money and they buy themselves real estate in Kenya, which must be nice. Must be fantastic.
Kenya's got to be fucking hating us right now. Like all these hating Somalians.
Us. Oh no, I mean it's probably great for their real estate market.
Yeah, but how do they feel about having a whole bunch of Somalians as neighbors?
Well, that's a good point. Yeah, where are they at on their Somali neighbors? I'm not sure. Do you think they have Unite Cloud, I heart my Somali neighbor yard signs in Kenya?
I'm gonna say no. I feel like they'd be a lot more direct with if they don't like them, and then if they like them, I don't think they're really going to make a big deal out of it. We're this is the weird part. I don't know if it's the country or just Minnesota, but we're the only ones that are no, I have to proudly proclaim that, cut off my nose to spite my face, anything for Israel or Somalia or, fill in blank.
Right. Well, and there's something that Trump has talked about, and I wish he'd just do it already, and that is giant taxes on remittances. Meaning if you send our money overseas, we tax you a certain amount to provide that service. I would be all for that.
Yeah, I'd be fine for that.
I mean, to make your money here and then send it to some shithole country, stay in the shithole. Don't take...
my sister actually worked with a guy that literally said his plan was to sit here for a while, make a bunch of money, and then go back home with it and live off of it like a king, because the dollar goes way, way further there. So he's just I came here, I brought here, I didn't pay for the being brought here, I didn't pay for my education, training, anything. I got set up by you guys, and now I'm going to take that setup, I'm going to build a nice little nest egg, and I'm just going to leave with it.
I don't mean to get all eugenics on this here, and I know this will probably crash us on YouTube, but you know that functionally the average IQ of a Somali is mentally retarded, right?
I didn't know that, but boy, does it make a lot of sense.
The average IQ of a Somali is under 70, which, if you'll recall, this is where Forrest is. The state requires an IQ of 72 to go to a public school. Forrest is right here. He's going to have to go to a special school. So unless Somali moms are like Sally Field and Forrest Gump, and they're just giving the principals at these schools a ride of their life, I think we got a lot of Forrest Gumps going to school. There, we can look this up. Average Somali IQ. Somalia, 67.6 is the average.
They wouldn't happen to be one of those countries that allows incest and inbreeding.
Cousin marriage is a problem in Somalia. It is an issue, yes.
Well, isn't that a whole big stereotype rearing its ugly head?
Yeah, we call it the Muhammad loophole, because Muhammad says in the Quran what relations you can't have relationships with, and he left out cousin. I don't know if that was intentional because he was marrying cousins, or it was one of those oversights that now has kind of ruined the practitioners of his religion. I'm not really sure. But either way, we keep bringing in, I almost said uploading. We keep uploading people with an average of 68 IQ into this country, and we expect them to keep up. Like, in a way, if they weren't robbing us blind and ripping us off and taking advantage of us,
they'd be destitute.
In a way, I'd feel really bad for Somalis because it's almost like a practical joke's been played on them. Like, they've got an IQ of about 70, which is break even for mentally retarded. And we grab them up out of this shithole with burning tires on every street corner, and we move them into the fastest moving first world metropolis in the known world that's ever existed. And we go, here you go, figure it out, which is like the meanest thing you can do to somebody.
Well, when you put it like that, who am I supposed to feel bad for?
Well, we brought a bunch of Forrest Gumps into our country, and we gave them no Lieutenant Dan, no Mama, and no Janae. And now we're expecting them to work it out.
Yeah, but I will say this. They're stealing a remarkably large amount of money.
It does seem to be a considerable sum.
And and they all jump on board so fast with it. Like, one does it, and then a bunch of them are doing it overnight, it seems like. And then one program to another.
Okay, you know who they are? Here, I'll help you out. They're Dax Shepard in Idiocracy. So basically, you show them how to run these scams, and they go, "Oh yeah, I like money," and they're like, "We can defraud the state of $2 billion," and they go, "Cha, suck one," and that's our immigration policy here in Minnesota.
And he interrupted all my balls.
And he interrupted me while I was watching all of my balls. That is not okay. That is not okay. And I object. I object that this guy won't let me play the call to prayer at 5:30 in the morning in Cedar Riverside. I'm fixing to commensurate this fraud up in here.
God,
now,
that movie was so accurate.
Now, Somali man, why you think he done it? Well, you see, Your Honor, we have all this, like, evidence and shit that shows that these people all went to the daycare. And so the judge should be like, give him the money. Peace. Is that about accurate? Did I get that right?
I'm pretty close for mixing in the Somali element, yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to, explain it to people so they can understand them. Professor Tie-Dye with $5. Let's get through some of these. He says, next live show, there is going to be a Johnny sniffing booth. It's like a kissing booth, but he also gives you a sniff. Also, Johnny is going to sniff and tell panties of women or transgender people. All right. Thank you, Drinking Beers, for the $1. $2 from Joey Caravello says orangutans have a higher IQ than some Africans. Some orangutans have IQs as high as 90. Well, wait a minute. That can't be true. Orangutan. This is like shit you shouldn't Google, because if you learn it, then you're like, shit, I know this. And if it ever comes up, I'm going to sound really racist, but I'm not wrong.
Right. It's one of those where, no, I'm not racist. I'm just spouting facts. It's
Please let orangutan IQ be under 50. Oh, shit.
Yep.
I'm going to put this up so it ain't me saying it. There is no official IQ score for orangutans, as IQ tests are not designed for animals. However, some estimates place their intelligence around a range of 65 to 75 or 70 to 95, and they are considered one of the most intelligent great apes. Oh, fuck. So we're importing a shitload of orangutans to rip off our state.
And they know that they can use firearms.
Right. Would you give an orangutan a Kalashnikov?
No.
Yeah, me neither. What the okay, see, like that. See, okay, guys, this is a great example. You see that shit that you just did there? Don't do that. Okay, because now I don't. Here's the problem. Now I don't know what to do with that information.
Now you got to get through the rest of your life with that nugget in your brain.
I just found out that the average orangutan has an equal to higher IQ than the average Somali, and I'm not doing well with it, dude.
And I got a better one for you. Look at the orangutan's natural environment. Look at the Somali's natural environment. Tell me which one seems like it's being better managed.
Papa Shab says maybe we should just start importing orangutans to replace the Somalis. See, you know what I mean? Like, a lot of these guys like Jared Taylor, they love talking about race and IQ. They're like, whites have a much higher IQ than Africans. And it's like, I don't like looking up race and IQ because, like, you can't not see it. But then you're also like, I don't want to know this. Like, this isn't good. I don't want to know this and feel this way and have this knowledge inside of my head.
I do feel like, though, some of the IQ stuff, though, that is a little misleading. Some of it is environmental, though. Like, if you don't have a good educational system and you don't have
what educational system do orangutans have?
About the same as a Somali, apparently. They can all add and subtract bananas.
Oh, no. Well,
yeah.
Now we know that. God bless. Hit like. Wally World with $5 says, wait a second. Is I love my Somali neighbors sign a thing in Minnesota? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
There was a group.
That's not a joke.
Yeah, I think the group's shut down now. I think it's bankrupt. It went out of business.
Because the white lady kicked out the Somali guy and then ran the group into the ground.
Exactly. So there was this group that was supposed to advocate for Somali immigrants in Minnesota, but the fat white communist lady who ran it and all of her Jewish friends, literally all of her Jewish friends, took the one Somali guy who like co-founded it and bullied him and ran him out of the organization because he wouldn't be as liberal as they were. But his whole thing was, it's not about being liberal. It's about advocating for Somali immigrants. And they went, ha ha, you silly, stupid orangutan, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
And then they ran the whole thing into the ground. But yeah, they had yard signs that said, I heart my Somali neighbor. I bought one and I changed it to a club. No, I'm just kidding. I'm joking. It feels so good when he jokes. Professor
Sorry, that just got in my head.
Professor Tie-Dye with $1 says, so you're saying the average Somali is dumber than Walz? Oh, that's not. It's Tim Walz's son is innocent. Thank you, Drinking Beers, for $1. Joey Caravello with $2 says Johnny was graped by Lloyd Christmas. Again, all of these things are accusations until we have
slanderous rumors and lies.
They are, at this point, they are all rumors. Also, TDR shit show moving into, it's Monday, so I got to keep track here. Moving into fourth place with $10. Thank you, pal. Red Fox Mad is now in central booking, which is going to upset someone. I got that guy who keeps writing into me telling me that it's just called booking. And I'm like, no, it's called whatever I say it is because we made it up. It's my thing. Veldrain with $1 says, I am all for it. Bring them in. Orange men are good. Oh, God. No, guys, our answer to immigration is not to bring in orangutans. It's to stop bringing in the people we're bringing in already. We're trying to stop the...
But hear me out. What if they came over and integrated better and there was less theft?
It's really not an issue I think we need to be taking up right now. I don't. 594 is the number right now, John. Keep hitting like, keep hitting follow, keep hitting subscribe. 598 is the... Should we watch it hit 600 right now?
Sure.
All right, we're at 598. Keep hitting... 597. Oh, this isn't good. No, it's the opposite of what we want. This was supposed to be a celebratory moment. 595. Hey, cut the shit. Hit thumbs up, hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. I'm going to go ahead and just I'm going to skedaddle if you don't mind. This was supposed... All right, 59. All right, I'm not looking anymore. $2 from Joey Caravello says Aaron beats Spades. He means the card. He means the card thing.
All right.
That's all he meant. All right, let's get into some of this Tim Walz stuff now. Hey, I wrote down the Walz stuff as like one of the clips we're going to put up on YouTube and Rumble today. Should I start it here? Or should I start it where I tried to start it with all the orangutan talk?
I feel like the orangutan talk might be better off as its own clip.
Well, what are you going to name that one to have it catch on in the YouTube algorithm? Are orangutans smarter than Somalis?
Let's call it Sad But True.
That
Sad
might
but
help.
True.
Sad But True, Metallica cover.
Oh, yeah, there you go. That'll really attract an audience that wasn't ready for that information.
We'll get 3 million views, and then people will be like, what the fuck are you doing? It's like, it's not important. Don't worry about it. So Tim Walz has apparently known of this fraud for quite some time. Apparently, Health and Human Services Department employees have been blowing the whistle on this for a while. They now have a Twitter page, which is Minnesota Health and Human Services employees. And they've been tweeting out the different things that they've been coming to Tim Walz with, the different things they've been trying to point out in terms of fraud. And he has apparently punished whistleblowers, ignored whistleblowers. There's all kinds of accusations.
In my opinion, he's in on it, man. I mean, it's one thing to say, oh, I didn't know this was going on. It's one thing to turn a blind eye to it. And it's certainly understandable to be political about this while it's all being put up right now. But you're telling me that you're repeatedly being told that this is happening. You're punishing whistleblowers and you're preventing. Nah, man, you're in on it.
They wrote to they're posting receipts online. September 11th, 2024, they wrote to Kamala Harris to tell her about the Medicaid fraud that they believed was taking place in Minnesota. She did nothing. This was to stop her from choosing Tim Walz as her running mate. There was a big post that went viral that I want to grab for you real quick. To all whistleblowers who have reached out. All right, we're getting close here. Here's an insider DHS. Internal emails. Here's a good one. Minnesota needs immediate federal intervention and forensic accountants to recover the data that's being deleted. The fact that Department of Health and Human Services CFO Dave Greenman fled the sinking DHS ship speaks volumes on how bad things are getting. So these employees are claiming that the Minnesota Department of Human Services is deleting evidence of fraud.
Again, you don't put that much effort into it unless you've got something going on.
It does seem like, I think they deleted their big one, which is kind of weird. They had one on the 27th or 28th. Here, internal DHS emails show the CFO warning colleagues that millions could be lost because draws weren't processed in time. That directly contradicts DHS's public assertion that everything is fine. Taxpayers, counties, providers, and families deserve answers. The public needs a clear external review of all missed deadlines, all unclaimed federal dollars, all backfilled expenses, and all program areas affected. Yeah, because I don't think DHS was just handing out this money from the goodness of their heart. I think somebody was making money off of this.
Yeah. And I'm guessing that those people are in government. In my opinion, it seems like it might go as high as Walz and Ellis. I always suspected Ellis was, because a couple of times where things got a little hinky, it got up there, and I'm like, okay, so Keith Ellison had no idea.
Well, Keith Ellison has gone to public events with people who were involved, have been indicted in the Feeding Our Future scandal. So Keith Ellison, our attorney general.
He's always around the bubble.
Yeah. He knows pretty well about this stuff, for sure. Approachable with $1 says, I have only one question. How's the orangutans driving? Guys, we're not bringing orangutans to Minnesota. Drinking beers with $10 says, TDR shit show is a full-blown nutsack. Wally World with $5 says, can orangutans mow lawns and plow snow? See, guys.
Yes.
No, I think we started something here we probably shouldn't have started.
What are you talking about? The real question is what happens when they approach a roundabout. They passed that test. They got my stamp of approval.
Why? Why don't we just... I thought we were trying not to bring more people in.
Well, these aren't people. These are orangutans.
Oh, that's a fair point. You got me there. Orangutans are not people. Although, hey, you might want to get those licks in while you can, because they might be making that illegal if we start bringing orangutans in here.
Yeah, fair point.
They might make you start calling them people. So Tim Walz was confronted on this. Now, this is not good for him no matter what, because if Tim Walz claims he didn't know that this fraud was going on, then he's asleep at the wheel, and that's a big problem, because the federal prosecutor, is it Joe Armstrong, whichever, the guy from Washington, he's been saying, like, it's remarkable to me how much fraud there is. This is the tip of the iceberg. It's rotten to the core. He's even intimated that every program in the state of Minnesota may be compromised.
Oh, goody. And the best part is that getting those programs uncompromised involves either temporarily suspending them or, like auditing everybody in them, and in some cases just flat out closing down the program. So actual people that need those services get effed over in this course too.
Minnesota has ended a lot of these programs that are being abused, and because the state will bleed money if they don't. So either Tim Walz didn't know about it, and that's bad leadership, because you probably should know what's going on in your state. Then you have, or he knew and he's lying, which means he knew he needs Somali votes. He needs these people to pump up his numbers, and he couldn't dare prosecute them. He couldn't dare blow the whistle on this, because it'll ruin a lot of DFL momentum and DFL votes. And then you'll have Minnesotans saying, well, wait a minute, if these Somalis are, I've heard Democrats say, well, if we prosecute these Somalis for all this, Minnesotans will turn against the Somali community, and they won't be as welcome here. And it's like, well, yeah, probably, but not because we hate black people or we hate Africans or we hate Somalis. We found out that they're stealing from us, and we don't want people who steal in our state if we can avoid it. So the Democrats are clearly either asleep at the wheel, they're out to lunch, or they're trying to protect a big voting constituency for them.
Yep.
Either way, it's not good. So Tim Walz has a very fine needle that he can thread on this. And those of us who know him here in the state of Minnesota know that
he'll do it.
He's not a good needle threader. I mean, you know what Tim Walz is? Tim Walz is a guy with a big axe that just cuts the arm off as soon as there's an infection. Like, he does his dirty move right out in public, right out in front of your face, and then just moves on. The example I can think of right away is the candy store during COVID.
Yep. He closed down everybody but his friend.
So everything in Minnesota was closed down except essential services. One of the essential services that was allowed to stay open was the largest candy store in Minnesota, which is located in Jordan, which you can't social distance in. I mean, it's wall to wall, just shelves stocked with sweets. And he allowed that to stay open. Turns out the guy who owns it is a good friend and donor of his. And Tim Walz did it. People were pissed about it. And he just went about his business. He just let it open and he just moved on. So Tim Walz is not a thread the needle kind of guy. He's not a fine-toothed comb. He's a blunt instrument. So him being able to go on national TV, he went on Meet the Press, and talk about whether or not he knew this was going on, which looks bad, or he doesn't know what was going on, which also looks bad. This is going to need one hell of a spin for him to get out of. Let's see how he did.
Well, speaking of the Somali community, President Trump is targeting them and your state in part. He's citing fraud as the reason for his crackdown. Dozens of people of East African descent have been charged, convicted, and sentenced for stealing more than $1 billion in taxpayer money from government programs during COVID. As you know, Governor, that is more than Minnesota spends each year to run its Department of Corrections. So I want to give you a chance to respond to this. And
by the way, we've gone from a 17, people are asking questions. Our next surplus our next budget deficit is expected to be about $5 billion. And that is very startling to a lot of Minnesotans, because a couple of years ago it was $17 billion to the good.
Right. It's almost like a bunch of people kind of, set up a fraud scheme so they could all dip their hands in the pot.
Well, it's got a lot of Minnesotans wondering, where the hell did $20 billion go? Now, so far in these fraud programs, we found $2 billion.
I don't think it all went to that by any means, but I wouldn't be surprised if we get up as high as half.
I think 5 on the low end. Yeah, 10 on the high end would be a reasonable number. But, I mean, it's up to Minnesota now. Like, you can believe it or not believe it, whether you're a lefty or you're a righty or however you vote. I don't trust the people of Minnesota to make the right call because they rarely ever have. And when you have Tim Walz here and all this stuff has come out and it's happened under his watch, it shouldn't be a Democrat-Republican issue. This guy should not be governor anymore. This guy isn't up for the job. He's not doing it well. He's not protecting the people. He's not watching over and policing the taxpayer dollars. You know, he's about to say that, well, we put people in jail for that. The federal government had to come in and do this job for you because Medicaid started getting ripped off. And Medicaid was sending so much money to Minnesota, and they were sending more and more every year. And they were like, well, wait a minute, we need to look into this. And then they found massive amounts of fraud. So Tim Walz is going to try and take credit for these people going to jail. He had nothing to do with it.
Well, earlier he was saying that hadn't even happened. And this is how bad it is. It's gotten so bad that even on NBC's Meet the Press, they're like, hey, so yeah, I know that Donald Trump's a horrible racist and he's targeting the Somali community, but they are stealing billions from your state.
They are ripping you off and robbing you blind.
Responsibility for failing to stop this fraud in your state?
Well, certainly I take responsibility for putting people in jail. Governors don't get to just talk theoretically. We have to solve problems. And I will note, it's not just Somalis. Minnesota is a...
That's my favorite. We played that clip earlier today.
Not just...
Hey, everybody rips us off. We got a whole bunch
of white pieces of shit stealing money, too.
Yeah, we got pieces of shit stealing from me left, right, and Sunday. Left, right, and center from here to Sunday. I mean, are you kidding me? I get ripped off. Oh, my God, you wouldn't believe it. I think it's really unfair, miss, for you to say that Somalis are ripping off Minnesotans. I let everybody have a turn at my ass. By the way, I was saying that as Tim Walz. I have a feeling there's going to be a clip.
That's going to come back to bite you.
Yeah, a little bit.
Thing. Yeah.
But, like, what a terrible defense. You know you're cooked when your defense is, whoa, no. Not just Somalis. Lots of people rip us off. You're good. Thanks, Governor. I'm glad you're here to clear that up for us, that the situation is actually worse than we're finding out.
Generous state. Minnesota's a prosperous state, a well-run state. We're AAA bond rated, but that attracts criminals. There's a reason
Dude, Tim Walz is the definition of cherry picking.
A well-run state. No, it was a well-run state until you got in.
No, you see right there. It was a well-run state, and it was very prosperous. That's before it was hospitalized for nearly swallowing a gerbil. You don't hear a lot of Nutty Professor references on this show.
No, you don't. You don't. That's a deep cut.
Governor Walz, do you know who Louise Vindivic is? Well, yes, she's a very nice woman who supports our health and human services system. Oh, close. Very close, but wrong. You see, she was a nice woman, and she did help fund our human services. That was before she nearly went to prison for ripping off Medicaid with a bunch of Somalis.
But that attracts criminals.
But I have news that Tim Walz is going to be meeting with Harlan Hartley tonight.
Oh, yay. That'll fix it.
Walz! Hartley is the last wealthy alumnus we've got.
There's a reason Minnesota ranks as the top, lowest childhood poverty, best place for children to live. People are taking...
Well, yeah, because even the imaginary ones get daycare. Of course,
we're feeding so many that half of them have been argued to never have existed at all.
Yeah, we're feeding so many kids that we're even feeding the invisible ones. So, yes, I will give it to Tim Walz. We take care of your kids here in Minnesota, even the ones that aren't real. We feed them, too. Just look at the paperwork. Boy, isn't that great? What a great selling point for people who want to come here and be productive citizens. Hey, we're a prosperous state, and we just hand shit out to people for free no matter what they did.
And obviously that's going to attract criminals. Well, then maybe I feel like if people are warning you of fraud, if you're so aware that you're in a criminal-rich environment, you might want to listen when they tell you.
How crazy is that to go, oh, we're a really generous, prosperous state, and that's going to attract criminals. Well, have you thought about maybe not being so generous that the criminals can get in there? the amount he's apparently okay with, the amount of fraud and crime that he's all right with. He's just like, well, it's part of being a really wealthy, prosperous state. Really? Do all the people who have their health insurance and property taxes going through the roof next year, do those people feel prosperous? Are you speaking for them, or is it just, people who get government subsidies for daycare and shit and feeding our future?
The second one.
Yeah.
Advantage that they're going to prison. That is totally disconnected with demonizing an entire group of people who came here fleeing civil war and created a vibrant community that makes Minnesota and this country better. But
it doesn't, though.
No, but again, sir, you're missing the part where majority of our fraud comes from that community specifically.
Yeah.
Like you can. I'm not saying it's every member in the community. I'm saying that community overwhelmingly represented in the fraud sector.
Let's take the amount of fraud committed by the Somali community and then compare it with their contributions to Minnesota. I don't think it's a net positive, and that's just one man's opinion, and we can debate that. But there is one surefire way to figure it out. If you sent all Somalians back to Africa today, would Minnesota struggle? Would Minnesota feel the pinch, or would Minnesota do better? I think Minnesota would improve. I think you'd have a lot more Minnesotans with jobs at, meat packing plants and things like that. A lot of employment opportunities would open up. You'd have a lot less fraud. We'd spend a lot less money on welfare and human services. The state of Minnesota would improve greatly if we did something about the Somali population. I don't think it's a net positive. So him saying they create a vibrant community, really? Then why doesn't anyone want to live around them?
I feel like we'd have a lot more room for our own artards there. And as an artard, I'd say I support local artards.
Well, apparently, according to our audience, we got orangutans to bring in, so we better make some room.
We're going to need some houses, man.
Yeah.
But
that's another thing. There's a program that somebody I know was involved in, that whole that whole Habitat for Humanity thing.
Yes.
In the state of Minnesota, like, good luck being a Minnesota born and raised resident and having any sort of backstory that beats out, well, we just came here from Somalia fleeing civil war, and get awarded a Project Habitat for Humanity house. Good luck with
I have a question about Iraqis, Afghanis, Somalis, and everything else. Why aren't the countries around them taking these people in, that have similar cultures, similar experiences, similar religion? Why are we taking people from Stone Age fucking countries and bringing them to a sprawling first world nation and expecting that to go any other way but frustratingly bad for everybody?
Alec, I'll say, what is because they know better.
Oh. Yeah, you go to Kenya and you're like, you want to take some Somalis? And they're way more racist than us. They're like, fuck no, we don't want to take any Somalis. Are you out of your mind? They're crazy.
We've got lumps of mud already.
Yes. Hey, Kenya, do you want to take in a bunch of Somalis? Look, don't take this the wrong way, but I was wondering if you had any orangutans you could ship here. Oh, God damn it.
And created a vibrant community that makes Minnesota and this country better. But that's Donald Trump. Deflect, demonize, come up with no solutions. He's not going to help fix anything on fraud. My God, there's a big difference between fraud and corruption is something he knows about.
He is such a slimy piece of shit. He's sitting here going, what was that? What was that last part there?
Community that makes Minnesota and this country better. But that's Donald Trump. Deflect, demonize, come up with no solution.
Did this motherfucker just accuse Donald Trump of deflecting while he's deflecting from the question of Somali fraud in the Feeding Our Future program? I got to tell you, Walz pulls off the triple axle. Unbelievable. The triple axle of political sleaziness. Governor Tim Walz, let's hear it for him. He deflected and pivoted to Trump, and then accused Trump of deflecting and pivoting, and then said Trump's not going to do anything on fraud. He's the only one who's done anything on fraud. This has been a federal prosecution the whole way. Governor Walz, all you've done is ignore whistleblowers, punish and threaten whistleblowers, not do anything about the fraud, even though you probably knew what was going on. And then on top of that, you then go on TV, you try to blame Donald Trump, and then you eliminate the programs where the fraud was happening for the people that actually need them. I mean, this guy.
He said he's going to demonize, deflect, and not do anything. In other words, Tim Walz just accused Donald Trump of doing the exact same shit that Tim Walz is doing right now.
Right.
Demonizing, deflecting, and doing dick.
I'd like to call it pulling a Walz.
He's not going to help fix anything on fraud. My God, there's a big difference between fraud and corruption is something he knows about.
See,
well, you should hope not, because then you're screwed.
He thinks he nailed that, by the way. He thinks that last line, he's like, yeah, that's what I needed to do to really get the heat off of me. It's like, no, you just basically made this whole thing about Trump. You basically did the Trump derangement syndrome bit.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
And by the way, for anyone paying attention, for you to sit there and go, he's not going to do anything about fraud. So as opposed to you who've been at best just keeping your head in the sand, screaming la 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 the last 4 years while this has been reported.
And then to go, Donald Trump is deflecting. What deflecting?
He's deflecting.
By sending federal prosecutors to find out how much fraud is going on in your state because you won't do anything about it? And now you're bringing up Trump when nobody else did, and he's deflecting? Dude, it's not just that Tim Walz is a sleazy shit politician. It's that he's bad at doing it, too.
Right.
Like we said, he pulls his dirty moves out in the open.
He lies directly to your face. And guys, there's nothing in my hand, but we see the ball in your hand. Right. Yeah, but there's nothing in my hand. Yeah, but we see the ball.
And with the arrogance of a guy who thinks he's smart enough to be tricking you. That's what frustrates me the most. It's like, no, you're not doing what you think you're doing. We see what's being done. Well, Donald Trump wants you to think that. No, I'm just watching it. It has nothing to do with fuck Donald Trump. I'm watching you dick this whole thing up and then telling us you're not.
I have functional eyes and a working memory.
Joey Caravello with $2 says, Johnny, I'm smoking a fat doobie and you're not. He's right. He is smoking a fat doobie right now and you're not.
That's life, man. There's ebbs and flows.
I'm not a weed guy. Do we still say doobie? I haven't heard doobie in a long time.
Some people say doobie. If you rolled a joint, people refer to the joint as a doobie. Oh. I myself don't, like, this is something I get a lot of shit for. I don't know how to roll a joint. So
really,
yeah, I've never smoked it in that that's a lot. That's a whole lot at once. I like little doses again, like for managing problems that I have.
I
like just enough gas to get it done. I don't like because that's burning. That now you've got a marijuana incense stick that you're sucking on once in a while, and that's just. It's gonna reek.
Where I come from, not knowing how to roll a joint is not a bad thing. It's just strange to me.
Well, a lot of the circles I hang in, it's a source of ridicule.
Oh. $2 from Joey Caravello says, Johnny, you think we should pay for your health care because you wash dishes in a kitchen, right? Yeah, Johnny.
I've cooked in a kitchen. I wash my dishes. I know that I...
Drinking beers with $1 says, nice non-queer shirt, Aaron.
It is. I like the color.
If you mean that, thank you. But I've been conditioned to believe that you people are playing pranks on me and giving me compliments when you don't mean them. So I don't know. Drinking beers with $2 says Walz has a very heavy bottom jaw that needs to be flattened the fuck out. He does have a weird mouth when he talks. Like he has that slinging around jaw like this. Ugh. Mm-hmm. Joey Caravello at $2 says, back in the glory days, Vince Lombardi, who could forget him? Not me, boy. Thank you. Veldrain with $1 says, the Scarlet Witch has moved to Minnesota to seek care for her children. Yeah, I mean, Wanda's here with her WandaVision. She just wants a little health care for her kids that don't exist.
She just needs a little bit of health care for her imaginary children.
That's all she needs. And what are we supposed to do? Turn her away? What are we, complete monsters? Here in Minnesota,
gotta feed them too.
Drinking beers with $1 says Minnesota would do just fine. Oh yeah, we're doing great.
Yeah, we'd be just fine. You know, we wouldn't have though. I don't know. We wouldn't have a strong Democrat voting bloc.
No, so we'd have a lot less Democratic voters if we didn't have good old Tim Walz to protect the Somali community. Let's check out this clip that Approachable made. I can only imagine what it's going to be. I let everybody have a turn at my ass. By the way, And that's not what it.
That's not a good representation.
But that wasn't the context of what I said. What I said was Tim Walz was like, well, I'm not going to say it again, but you understand.
Yeah, it's not a good look.
All right, let's talk. Go ahead.
Rampage is not going to like you.
Oh, did you see? So Trump called Tim Walz retarded, and then,
well, stop me when he's telling lies.
Well, he seems very retarded.
He does.
And then Tim Walz's response was, "Release the MRI results." And it's kind of, it's like,
you're joking, right? You're not serious.
It's like
he did not.
Yeah. Like his big response to being called a retard was release the MRI results. Well, then they asked Trump if he meant it. He was on Air Force.
Oh, that's they know what they're baiting him. Come on.
They asked him if
Did he mean it.
They asked him if he stands by his comments that Tim Walz is mentally retarded, and this is what Donald had to say.
In that same post, you mentioned Tim Walz, and you called him what many Americans do find offensive or retarded. Do you stand by that claim of calling Tim Walz retarded?
Yeah, I think there's something wrong with him. Absolutely.
Not. I've had time to think about it, and it was probably the wrong term to use at the time. It was, no, I think there's something serious. Like, I love that there's concern in Trump's voice for Tim Walz. It's not.
No, I'm worried about him. I think there's something seriously wrong there.
It's not, retarded, stupid retard Tim Walz. It's like, no, I think there's something seriously wrong with him. I think there's problems that go very far and deep, like an orangutan.
Calling Tim Walz retarded?
Yeah, I think there's something wrong with him. Absolutely, sure.
But you don't think
You have a problem with it? You know what? I think there's something wrong with him. Anybody that would do what he did, anybody that would allow those people into a state and pay billions of dollars out to Somalia. We give billions of dollars to Somalia. It's not even a country because it doesn't function like a country. It's got a name, but it doesn't function like a country. Yeah, there's something wrong with Walz.
I mean, if I may, tell him when he's telling lies.
Like I said, he's either incompetent to the point where what Donald Trump says is accurate, or because I don't believe it's not necessarily both. He's involved. I've got the granny feeling for him. Just like, oh, really? They're good for it. Then it's on YouTube. Then congratulations.
Well, and with Trump, whenever he says stuff like this, your first inclination is to go, oh, Don, whoa, that's a little, and then you listen to the whole thing and you go, well, I mean, he's not wrong. And you're like, is it more important to be nice and respectful, or is it more important to be right? And because he's right, I mean, well, you're right. I mean, he's like, hey, do you regret calling Tim Walz retarded? No, there's something wrong with him. And then he goes on to say, like, we give billions in remittances to Somalia and billions to aid. They're not even a real country. They don't function like a country. People come here and take advantage of us. And you're like, that all sounds very mean. That all sounds very judgmental.
Right, but it's also factually accurate.
But it's not wrong. That's where we have the problem. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Thank you very much for being here. 6:45. Wow. Come on, baby. Let's keep that moving. Keep hitting like, keep hitting share, keep hitting follow, and then we can do 700 today, which would be nice.
That'd
now,
be awesome. Thank you.
650, that's comfy water for me. I mean, I'm happy at 650. But 700, I'm all smiles the whole day. So thank you guys very much. Continue to hit like and follow and support this show. We appreciate it. There was a wrestling event over the weekend, Survivor Series War Games. And we're not going to cover matches, and this is something different. This is an outside the ring thing. So if you're not a pro wrestling person, don't worry. This segment is still for you. This is more about a 60-year-old man putting hands on a child and shoving them. Are you excited for that?
I feel like excited might be the wrong word. I have some very interesting questions about what do you mean shoving? What?
Well, you know
like
who
playful, like
you know who Paul Heyman is, right?
yeah.
There's Paul. I think it's not even arguable. Greatest wrestling manager of all time.
And did some of the best storylines in the ECW and the WWE.
Yes, former owner of ECW. So he's a big heel manager now, and he's got a whole stable, a big faction with guys, including Logan Paul. And he is supposed to be hated. He doesn't try to be liked. He doesn't try to be the cool heel. He's just a son of a bitch. And he antagonizes people. And, you know, back when wrestling was in the carny days, you kept kayfabe, as they called it. You lived the gimmick. You lived the character out in
Right, if
public.
they met you in public, you were a piece of shit in real life.
I kind of like that. I like it when they stick to that, which, like, the baby faces and the heels stay away from each other in public. They're on different flights, like the whole thing. I like that. It keeps the storyline alive. It's cool. Well, Paul Heyman is old school. And Paul Heyman, if you're a heel, you're a heel, and you do heel shit. Now, I think that taking a kid and throwing him aside is some heel shit.
Yeah.
That's cool, right?
I was legit concerned when you brought it up until I saw who was involved. I'm like, well, he's not going to hurt the kid.
Right. And like, I was looking at the comments on this on Twitter because this went like super viral yesterday. And I was reading people's comments because I always have my thought when I watch something. And I go, let's see where I'm at in terms of the bots.
The general audience.
What do the bots think on this one? And I, on the Paul Heyman thing, I went, oh, that is really cool. You know, Paul Heyman is walking out in front of Logan Paul. We'll show you in a second. And some kid comes running up past security and gets to Paul Heyman. And Paul Heyman tosses him aside. Now, to me, I was watching it. I said, well, this is two things. Number one, this is one wrestling performer protecting another wrestling performer because a lot of these younger fans want to get at Logan Paul.
Mm-hmm.
And number two, it's a heel manager doing a dickhead heel manager thing. I mean, taking candy from a baby, pushing, pie facing a kid and shoving them. That's some heel shit. That's going to get you some real heat.
I'm not entirely sure the kid wasn't a plant, so let's...
Well, I go into the comments section. Before I play this video, I go into the comments section on the Heyman thing. And people are like, this is terrible. How could he put his hands on that kid? I'm like, I'm telling you, I think the non-wrestling people are the bigger marks than the wrestling fans.
Oh, yeah.
Because the wrestling fans are like, it's a show. We appreciate him as a performer. And the non-wrestling fans are the bigger marks because they're like, how could he do such a thing to a child, no less? Why would that man do that? It's like, because he's performing, because he's at an event. And this is, let's watch the video. And I hope that when we watch this 7-second clip, you're embarrassed for humanity that people were offended by this, that people were outraged by it, or that they thought Paul Heyman was being some sort of a bad man. I wouldn't say bad guy because he was being a wrestling bad guy. Now, look at the size of this crowd. They're all walking out of the San Diego Stadium.
Okay.
And you got Logan Paul right there. And you got the other heel wrestlers walking behind him. You got cops, you got security, and they're supposed to keep the wrestlers safe. Now, if security doesn't keep the wrestlers safe, it's now up to the wrestlers to keep themselves safe. And when you've got a social media personality and pro wrestler in Logan Paul, who's kind of a heel in both of those worlds, you don't want anybody getting close to him.
No,
you
can't break that image. He can't be nice to some little kid.
Well, not only that, like, you don't know what these people want to do to him.
Fair enough.
Yeah. So let's see what Heyman did that has so many people up in arms. First of all, if I may, as a wrestling fan, that's awesome. You
just got shoved by Paul Heyman. Congratulations.
Right, well, that's the other thing I was going to say. This kid probably went home psyched about this. He's like, oh my God, I got close to Paul Heyman and he shoved me to the ground. This rules. This would be like if I was a little kid, if I was like 5 or 6 and Bobby the Brain Heenan shoved me to the ground, I'd be telling
the happiest moment of life.
Oh my God, I'd be telling that story to this day. if Bobby the Brain Heenan shoved me to the ground.
He'd be running up to his friend. Guys, I haven't washed my arm where he touched me.
Yeah.
He didn't even shove him to the ground. He just shoved him to the side.
Yeah.
Plus, no offense, kid's kind of in the way. This group's moving.
And not only that, security, police, do your fucking job. Keep them away from the performers. What are you guys doing?
It was supposed to happen.
No, that's great. Like, I saw this on Twitter. And I mean, let's go here. I'll bring the actual tweet up, and we can go into the comments section. I mean, as of yesterday, it was retarded, just really stupid. Oh, this guy's got a bunch of
shit.
He's big. Ooh. Jada Parker. He's got a bunch of wrestling shit on here. Oh my God. Warren Moon.
We're not going to be able to find it at this rate.
Here it is. All right.
There we are.
So let's go into the comments here. Between this and the CM Punk thing in Saudi Arabia, it really makes you wonder. He's clearly agitated. And the people saying that he was in character, he wasn't. He was just being an asshole. His character is an asshole. This is like I lose my faith in our ability to recover ever again when I go into a comment section because it's just full of authoritative retarded people. I mean, the internet is a haven for people who don't know shit and are completely convinced of their own intelligence.
ARs, authoritative retarded people.
Yes. Like comments say he's a heel. Also, he's not signing anyone's autograph. They are trying to leave. Also, security looks as big as a stick. No reason that guy should have stepped aside to be able to touch him. Also, again, he can do whatever the fuck he wants. That person's reasonable. Weird as fuck. I never really liked Heyman anyway. He got an ego. This is what I mean. These fucking marks.
Haven't you guys heard that wrestling's fake? Like we say that, and a lot of people will be like, wrestling's not fake. Like, no, it's choreographed, controlled. It's fake. It's a production.
They're characters. They're playing characters. Rude ass motherfucker of a snake. He needs to be taken out. I was happy when Solo put his ass through the table last year at MSG. Can't wait for either Roman, Punk, or Seth to do it to him again. Okay, you know what? As far as wrestling goes, that's good. I'm glad that guy thinks that way because that shows that Paul Heyman's good at his job. That guy's going to pay money to watch Paul Heyman get beat up. Good.
Right.
Solid. I mean, I'm seeing people. Yeah. Doctor of Dabernomics says, it's a kid, bruv. Paul Heyman, you ain't have to do little buddy like that. He finna be the new green shirt guy. Another person, bro, that's a kid. Yes, right. No shit. And then a couple people were in the comments writing, dude, that kid's going to be so cool at school. His friends are going to be like, dude, you got pushed by Paul Heyman. That's fucking awesome, bro.
You got a moment of recognition.
Yes, exactly. So, again, I
think
never...
the kid will be fine.
I never feel worse about humanity than when I watch people comment on shit that's so easy and so obvious. Don't let that kid through. If you let that kid through, Paul Heyman has a right to defend himself. And Paul Heyman's a shit heel manager, so if he shoves the kid, it looks good for his character. So stop.
And I could be wrong about this, but don't the instances like that, don't they usually get like some shirts and some free merch on the back end? Like, hey, thanks for being a sport. Here you go.
I hope not. That
Not
little
from Paul
fucker
Heyman.
better not. That little shitbag better not get any cool free shit.
Any free swag.
You ran through security, you little dick. Drinking beers with $2 says this $2 is for TDR shit show's lubed right hand. Joey Caravello with $2 says at least Heyman didn't touch the kids, Peter, like Pat Patterson would have. It's actually a really good point. Do you know about Pat Patterson?
No, but some tells me I don't really want to, but okay.
Pat Patterson was the first ever Intercontinental Champion, and he was part of something called the Ring Boy scandal, where the rumor was that Pat Patterson, who's gay, and you weren't really out as a gay dude back in those days. We're talking, I think, 70s here.
Okay.
Pat Patterson allegedly... Actually, he may have been working in the front office when the Ring Boy scandal happened. But either way, Pat Patterson is alleged to have had gay sexual relations with young ring boys, ring setup boys, and that the WWE swept it under the rug.
Well, the second part doesn't surprise me if the first part is true. That's sad.
Yeah. So thank you for bringing that topic up while we were having fun with the Paul Heyman story.
Well, that successfully shat on the mood.
Right. Thank you very, very much. And thank you guys for those couple of bucks. I appreciate it. $2 from Joey Caravello says Vince comes to the kid's house and shits on his heads. No, hey, be nice to Vince. He only shits on women's chests. Remember, that's Vince's thing, according to the text messages and all of those things. I'm going to shit on your chest, and then John Laurinaitis is coming over, and he's going to shit on your chest. And then you'll take a big dump from the beast, Brock Lesnar. Vince was big into humiliating women. And people are like, why is Brock Lesnar still in the WWE? Wasn't he implicated in all those Vince McMahon, like, sex trafficking? He never went to Brock Lesnar and said, will you fuck my secretary lady? He just told the secretary lady he was going to get Brock Lesnar to fuck her. And the thing is, like, Brock was never told.
Brock was never involved.
Brock was never informed about this. Vince was just putting Brock out there. He was soliciting old Brock, which makes me wonder, like, back when wrestling was less regulated than it is now, like, were the guys who ran the territories doing that? Were they, like, pimping out their wrestlers to fuck chicks?
Oh, that would be worrisome.
One thing Jim Cornette...
What would they be doing it for, money?
Well, one thing Jim Cornette said is that you have to service the rats. They were called ring rats. They were women who would go to all the wrestling events and try to hook up with wrestlers. And Jim Cornette said you should, the boys should service the rats, meaning the wrestlers should fuck the girls who come to the matches so that they keep coming to the matches and the territory can keep drawing money. I mean, it's pretty fucking weird.
That's a strange commitment to the bit.
Yeah. Wrestling's never been a normal form of entertainment. All right, let's thank you guys very much. By the way, 18 memberships on Rumble away from 500. Let's get there today. That'd be cool. We were at 666 just a moment ago. That's our high water mark for today, 666. That's just 34 away from 700. So keep hitting like, keep hitting subscribe, keep hitting follow. It is working. Thank you, guys. All right, let's do this Russian streamer Subo. Russians are not known for regulating their temperament very well.
No, I can't say they are.
If you piss off a Russian, they like to do two things, drink and fight. And this Russian streamer Subo is, there's a couple lessons to learn from this clip. Number one, just because you're streaming something doesn't mean you're safe to talk shit to someone right to their face. Some people don't give a fuck if there's a camera on them. And number two, I do want to give this retard, this orangutan, a little bit of credit. Because a lot of people get behind a microphone and they say a lot of shit that they would never say in person. You know, I'll usually say worse things in person than I will behind a microphone. But most people, they'll talk a bunch of shit when they get confronted. They'll weasel out. They'll hide, like Jack Doherty, for example. This Russian streamer, Subo, decided to start talking shit to this MMA fighter that he had on his show in person. Started to accuse him of, begging Dana White for a contract. He paid, apparently he's a famous Russian MMA fighter. And he paid this guy $30,000 to come on his stream. And this MMA fighter agreed. And the whole time this streamer was just talking shit to him. He was making fun of him. He was poking the bear. And finally, the guy had enough.
So you think your employer, one of the most deadly, one of the most capable men in the octagon, is also secretly beating the shit out of streamers And your plan is to confront this man?
Well, he decided to shit all over him, make shit up about his career, disrespect him. And, you know, I will say disrespecting an MMA fighter to his face, it doesn't take a lot of brains, but it takes a whole
massive
truckload of balls. Absolutely. So let's check this out. This is Subo. I've never heard of this guy before, nor should I. He's Russian, so what would be the point?
First glance, punchable face.
Absolutely.
More balls props to you, sir.
Let's take a look. Now, we're learning a couple things here. Number one, you talk shit to a guy who gets kicked in the head for a living. He might have a short temper. He might snap. He might kick the shit out of you. What the MMA fighter is probably going to learn is that no matter how much someone winds you up on camera, you can't smack the shit out of them and then knee them in the head on video.
Yeah, he hasn't stopped. That's the part that's the most. I thought he was going to get popped once, like, you know, say some shit, get popped in the mouth. But no, he just keeps slapping him and hitting him and kneeing him, and looks like he's gearing up for another knee right now.
Like, even if it was live on stream, you slap someone in the face, the cops probably aren't going to bother. They're going to say, you two figure this out. But once you slap
now we've
him,
got assault.
Once you slap him 5-6 times in the head and then knee him in the temple, the authorities probably do have to get involved on that one. Now, from a law of the jungle perspective, I think this is great. You bring a guy on, you pay him a bunch of money, you talk a bunch of shit. I hope he kicks your ass. Now, on the other humanity side of this, you can't kick the shit out of a guy on camera and not expect to go to jail. It's just not how it works.
Yeah, that seems pretty fair.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, he's not giving up.
No.
And now we're off camera.
We can definitely hear him kicking him, though. Like, here, go back. We'll go back a little. Listen for the kicks. He's kicking the shit out of him. You hear those?
Heard one of them.
Oh, boy.
Right at the end before he came back into frame.
He's laying the fucking boots to this guy. Oh. I will say this. I think the guy must be a good MMA fighter because those kicks are sharp.
Yeah.
Those aren't long looping kicks. Those are snappy kicks. They got some pop to them. What he's saying is he's not human. He's like a piece of iron. And then he's screaming, I win for me. For me. Oh, shit. Okay, sir, if I may, because I'm kind of on your side here, I want to see this little douchebag get the shit kicked out of him. Dragging him back into the camera frame before you're about to undoubtedly do more stuff to him, not a good idea.
That's not going to help you in the long run.
Yeah. Oh, fuck.
I will say this for the streamer. Not only does he have balls, he can take several hits.
He's now telling them that he said publica. I'm guessing that means public or like to the world. So he's pointing at the camera and being like, I'm beating the shit out of you in front of everybody. By the way, this will make this little chicken shit stream way bigger.
Oh, yeah. It's going to, I hate to say this, the wounds are hurting right now, but they're going to heal quickly, and he's going to enjoy the stroke that his big old balls get off of this.
Exactly. But, you know, this is good. I think every once in a while streamers should have the shit kicked out of them, especially streamers who don't do any content, who don't do anything, who do, you know, dumb shock shit like this.
It's clearly he's showing a picture of his nice house so we can, it's one of these like, look at me flaunt my nice life so you guys can all watch me have a nice life. I never understood how those people like, oh, no, I want to watch somebody live a life of luxury. I don't have, like, why? Just work on getting your own.
I just like that he's getting the shit slapped out of him.
Сейчас, бля, куски не сделай, бля. Ну, блядь, ты кто такой, бля? Ты кто такой? Стань на колени, извинись.
I think he got the message.
He at least got a concussion.
Yeah, well, yeah, he got some. I mean, he got something beaten into him. CTE, you know, politeness. Something's going to take out of that. There's going to be some kind of, if this kid had any balls whatsoever, he'd bring that guy on his next stream and he'd shit talk him.
Yeah, but I mean, that's going to be, I don't know, man. You really going to bring some, like, clearly we know the shit talking him has a very definitive ending. I don't know. It's you got to tell me what numbers I'm going to look at pulling in for that. Otherwise, I'm like, I'm not doing that.
I don't know. If he had any balls, he would just come on and like instigate the next person who's on his show. Like you can't take
the next person, yes, but
you can't take a backward step. You got a Morton Downey Jr. this shit. Joey Caravello with $2 says that Dixie woman, Dixie Carter, who ran TNA, used to have wrestlers have sex with her and male fans. I don't know if that's true. Joey Caravello with $2 says the Russian MMA fighter isn't so tough. Why isn't he fighting in the war? Maybe that's why he beat the shit out of that guy. Maybe he asked him that same question.
Maybe got called out.
Yeah. Maybe he went, oh, yeah, if you're so big and bad, why aren't you fighting in the war? And then he just smacked the living shit out of the guy. So maybe you got to be careful. You don't know. One thing's for sure.
Dude can take a hit.
That streamer kid, he covers up well. He knows the turtle shell position. That's worth something. All right, guys, hit like, hit follow, hit subscribe. I appreciate you being here. Keep going. Thank you so much. Hit like, subscribe, follow. Unbelievable Rumble numbers last month, our biggest ever. We appreciate that. And, of course, 18 memberships away from 500. Thanks a million. We did have some breaking news yesterday. Newly released emails obtained through a FOIA request reveal that Dan Bongino was approached in March to help redact and censor the Epstein files.
It just doesn't end.
This was
every bit as bad as it sounds.
Now, this is the email he received. Good talking with each of you yesterday. So this was sent to multiple people at the FBI. IMD is happy to support. I don't know what IMD is.
I just thought IMDb, and I'm like, what do they have to do with the Epstein files?
I wanted to share the below as we seek guidance from the GC on the types of redactions to apply to these documents so we can process the right way out of the gate. Regardless, we are here and we are ready. Looking forward to welcoming New York and WFO to Winchester today. I don't think this is that damning. I'm sure emails like this get sent all the time.
Yeah, and it's not surprising that they want to redact and censor the Epstein files.
Yeah.
And if you're in the FBI and you're going to be releasing information, it makes sense that if you're in like the top positions, they might ask you how to censor the information. I don't think this is that big a deal.
No, well, and also I think nobody's going to be surprised when these Epstein files get released and there's a shitload of black ink in them.
Oh yeah. Well, we all know why, because we're not going to actually hold the people that the victims were trafficked to account because they have too many friends in government. We're not going to hold the people that were running the thing into account because they're in a couple of governments. So
wait until you see what Netanyahu pulled over the weekend. We've got that coming up today.
Dear Lord.
Yeah, old Bibi Netanyahu, kind of like Tim Walz, just pulling his dirty moves right out in the open. By the way, this is kind of how I expect the Epstein files to be released. This is how I expect the pages to look. This rectangle right here.
Yeah. Makes them why use a bunch of black ink or a bunch of whiteout when you could just print an empty space?
Yeah, exactly. Just print thousands of empty files. Let's also, I don't know how, it doesn't say how Dan Bongino responded to this request to censor a bunch of Epstein documents, but we do have this interview. Let's see if this will tell us anything.
Sorry, what cause is dear to your heart?
Cause is dear to my Israel. Defense of Israel.
What is number one? Sorry, what?
then go fucking live there.
Right? Like, why is it to these Republicans, it's totally fine to say go back to Somalia, which, by the way, it is. It's totally fine, in my opinion, to say go back to Somalia. But telling Randy Fine and Ben Shapiro and all these people, go fucking live in Israel.
Go live in Israel then.
Go live in Israel.
Like, you don't see this anywhere else.
Right. Go live in Israel. Go hang out with Israelis. Go do all of that shit. Nope. That's wrong.
Go support their freedom, defense, and independence.
Yeah.
Off you put.
That's anti-Semitic. That's wrong. That's terrible. But telling people who rip off our country, go back to Somalia, fucking go back to Mexico, deport these people, blah, blah, all that's fine. But when you actively try to subjugate the United States and manipulate the people of the United States, and we say, dude, if you love Israel so much, go fucking live there and go advocate for them. That's anti-Semitism. T-Baby with $5 says how much to fight the cripple. We'll let him name his price.
I don't know. We're going to need a couple of zeros on that 5.
Drinking beers with $5 says, for real, can we pay to fight Johnny? Well, it's up to Johnny.
Again, we're going to need like 3 or 4 zeros on that 5, and we can talk about it.
Was
I'll
that
just let you know what you're going to have. I'm going to let you know what you're going to have to stake into this, but yeah, if I'm making a healthy purse, I don't fuck.
You don't fuck?
I was going to say I don't give up, and then I tried to bleep the give up.
Wow.
See what happened? People are like, oh, Johnny, you're so much worse when you have weed. You do a lot better if you don't smoke. No, actually, I kind of get tripped up more.
Bro, you short-circuited like crazy there.
Yeah, I bleeped out don't give a, and then I just said fuck.
Yeah.
So it came out as I don't fuck.
I don't fuck. Well, we know. We're aware. Well, we peaked out at 666 today. We're back down into the lower 600s. But we appreciate you guys hitting like, hitting follow, and hit subscribe. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Let's open up these 7 o'clock hour stories. And while we do, let's talk about our pals at Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. That's Midland Armory with Derek and Tracy, getting you the information you need to make the right call on your next item for home protection, self-defense, carry, hunting, and more. They also have knives, optics, parts, and gear. And, of course, they handle the suppressor process from start to finish. That's at Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. MidlandArmory.com. Again, MidlandArmory.com. You can order right there online. Or to say hi to Derek and Tracy in person here in central Minnesota, go to Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Well, it's here. The snow, the ice, the slippery roads, and most importantly, the shitty drivers who drive too slow in those conditions and make things more dangerous for all of us. If anything should happen, your fault or not, that puts you in a bad spot, All Care Towing can pull you out of it. Give them a call. They're quicker than anyone else. From small vehicles to heavy-duty equipment, they've got you at All Care Towing. That's 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. And we also have Stoney's in downtown Rockville. That's Stoney's Bar, downtown Rockville. Look, don't give up on our Vikings, okay? Don't give up on them. They can still do this thing. Keep showing up to Stoney's and watching the development of our young quarterback and see if this team can put it back on the tracks by the end of the year. Stoney's has purple specials for the Vikings game. That's Stoney's in downtown Rockville. If not for the Vikings, go for their Ultimate Bloody Mary. They've got live music on the weekends. Stoney's in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. That's Stoney's. Go see Cheetos today. Joey Caravello with $2 says, how much will Johnny pay me to have sex with Digger because his Peter don't work and he wants it to be a friend like me? I didn't see, Johnny, you don't tell me this shit, so I don't know these things. You're muted.
I always mute when you do your commercials. I don't want to.
Oh, don't worry about it. I mute over here.
Oh, well, double safety. I don't pay people to have sex with other people. That's illegal. And I have a perfectly functional penis, so why would I want to have anyone but me serve as Digger? That doesn't make sense.
But you're saying this respectfully.
Yeah.
Like, because he did come to you, I feel like he came to you as a friend. You know,
it's a weird friend request.
It was
I've never had a friend you got weird friends if they're like, hey, I just want your lady.
You must not know about me. You must not know. No, I feel like he meant it as a friend. I know you don't appreciate the offer, and that's fine. You don't have to.
I'm happy enough just to tell him thanks, but no thanks. Do I need to take it a different way?
No, that's totally fine. I feel like you've both been very professional about this.
All right.
$2.
You know.
$2 from Joey Caravello. He says Johnny has died of AIDS. Well, that's a nasty rumor. Nasty.
So
nasty
then
rumor.
how am I here?
It's a great question, and I think it's one that needs to be addressed.
I'm apparently dead. That's strange.
Yeah, he died of AIDS. God, I must be a really good host. If you
can bring people back and that you're committing necromancy?
Yeah, I'm reanimating you to perform today. One thing I do want to show you. This happened Thanksgiving morning. One of these bad boys. You know what this is?
No. What is that?
That's a speeding ticket.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I don't know what one of those are. I don't speed.
Really? 10 over. 10 over. 8:37 a.m. on Thanksgiving. The kids and I were on the way to Grandma and Grandpa's. The problem was I'm on 94.
Okay.
And on 94, I usually go 8 to 10 over the speed limit. Nobody's going to pull you over on 94. Everybody's flying down 94. So around Maple Grove, it switches to 60 miles per hour instead of 70.
Ooh.
I forgot. I've made that drive a million times. I knew.
So you inadvertently bucked it up to 20 just because of the change.
Yeah, so I was going. I learned something about my speedometer, by the way, because there's custom wheels on the Tahoe.
Yeah.
It's not the speedometer is not an accurate readout.
No.
So I'm going 3 to 4 miles per hour over whatever my speedometer says. They clocked me at 80. I had my cruise set at 77 because if you're going 77 in a 70 in Minnesota
you're
on 94,
technically not violating a law.
Nobody cares. Yeah, nobody gives a shit. But if you're going 77 in a 60, they might come get you for that. Well, they did. And she was actually very professional. I wouldn't say she was nice, but she was very professional. And she dropped it down to 10 and I got to wait. The worst thing is, like, I brought it home and I wanted to pay the fucking thing right away, but it takes a week.
So you got to wait for it to show up in the mail?
Yeah, you got to wait for it to show up online. They say wait 7 days to go pay the fucking thing. And so I'm just
now you got to pay this and then you'll be done.
Cocksucker. I know. It's going to be about a $150.
Your insurance has got to suck.
I think this winter, speeding tickets stay on your record for your insurance for 2 years, I believe.
Right.
And I got 2 of them coming off in February. And then there will be.
I got 2 dropping off in February. I got the 2 that I just got. So I'm really
I got 1. I just got the 1. There's just 1. Every time I get a speeding ticket, I drop it 1 to 2 miles per hour down.
The year ain't over. You got a month left. I believe in you.
And a lot of driving to do. It's the holiday season.
Right?
It's the holiday season. Hulkamasha Baby says, what sick degenerate fuck would bang his friend? They're talking about the super chat.
It's a weird request.
$2 from Joey Caravello says, Aaron is like Jon Favreau, and I'm like Vince Vaughn. I actually like the Jon Favreau characters in those movies more than I like the Vince Vaughn characters.
Yeah, I gotta say, pretty much since all of them. I'm trying to remember the name of the first one where they were both performers in California. God, that's a long time ago.
Hobo Chili says, I'm starting to believe you have somebody in a high position helping you. I went to jail over the most retarded shit ever. Because you've gotten away with too much. If it was up to me, you'd be in jail for the life. Why did you say that like a Romanian immigrant? If it were up to me, you'd be in jail for the life. Sorry, my Slav brother. Cheeseburger Pie says, isn't it great that they can just make up a number for your ticket? You should fight it because the ticket isn't accurate. No, I'm pretty sure my speedometer isn't accurate. And like, I did make a good point, and she did say you're correct. I said, look, I'm sorry. I apologize. I should have remembered that it goes to 60 here. I said, but I was not putting anyone in danger. I mean, first of all, the roads were wide open. I said I was driving very safely and attentively. She's like, yes, you were. No, your driving was fine. She goes, but, we want to make sure people, slow down round here. So,
well, that's going to be a bit of a problem because you have so much of this highway where they don't slow down around here.
They don't really slow down around here.
No, they don't.
That's for sure. Pool Scam Sam doesn't like my car, and he's going to get morally outraged about my kids being in there. This is a very common thing with Dabbleverse people. They have this very weird selective morality. They don't like you speeding, but they're okay with you being a pedo. So, like, there's another guy who talks about having sex with children. That's totally cool. By the way, my Tahoe's very nice, Pool Scam. You sound a little bitter. Don't be bitter. It's still a 2019, for God's sake. Try to relax on me, buddy. Red Fox Mad with... I'm just busting your balls, Pool Scam. $4.99 from Red Fox Mad says, Aaron, you should move to Fargo as they have a speed limit of 80 per hour on the interstate. I would have been fine if I would have just remembered that it drops 10 miles per hour. Drinking beers with $2 says Aaron chowed on a state trooper to avoid a speeding ticket. I did not have any kind of sexual interaction.
I don't know if he'll believe it, though.
I'm not trying to convince him.
I don't know that I do.
Drinking beers, Coltrane with $1 says, did you ever check your tire size? Find out what the tire size are stock on your rig, and then see what the tires you have on it, input those into... Well, no, they're supposed to be 20s and they're 22s. That's the issue.
2 over.
Yeah. Coltrane with $1 says, I told you the Speedo was off due to your tires. Why can't you guys fucking type today? Are you still drunk from the holiday weekend? Oh my God, this is brutal having to read some of these. Now I'm just going to get a bunch of like $2 and $5 Rumble rants that are just misspelled to shit. I shouldn't have said anything.
Yeah, you should have kept that pain to yourself.
Coltrane says, I told you the speed was off due to your tire size the last time you got nailed twice. Listen to us that actually know something. This had nothing to do with me denying the speed because of my tire size. This was me missing the speed limit going down. Which, by the way, makes no sense on 94 because the road that's 70 and the road that's 60 is the same fucking thing. It's wild. Los Federales with $1 says, I fucked my buddy's wife. Oh, here we go. Who was it, Joey Caravello, who opened up this can of worms?
I believe so, yeah.
He blacked out, passed out on the floor. We always flirted. We went to her bedroom and smashed. Greatest sex I've had in a long time. Nothing would have woken up my buddy. You're a good friend. Professor Tie-Dye with $1 says, in Islam, a woman is 1/4 a man, and being nice to Johnny, he's 2/3 a man. So, will you give me a second to put on the proper headwear to read this Rumble?
All right, yeah.
Yeah, hold on a second.
I don't know what the proper headwear is to read this. I'm almost terrified to find out. All right, here we go.
You know, in Islam, a woman is 1/4 of a man. And being nice to Johnny, he's 2/3 of a man. So in Somali soda, Johnny 4 to 5, he's 4/5 of a man. And that's not too bad because he might not need to wear a hijab. Big Papa Pump is your Allah hookup. Holler if you hear me.
I don't think guys wear hijabs.
No.
Don't they have like the turban or something? I think the hijab was for the ladies.
The bitches wear hijabs, dude.
Yeah.
It's the bitches who wear them. Those. I even tried to talk incorrectly, and it bothered me a lot.
Yeah.
We got
doesn't feel right.
Add another 2 to drinking beers total. He's at 77. Joey Caravello in second at 31. Sandy in third at 20. TDR Shit Show in fourth with 10. And Wally World in central booking with 10. Thank you very much. You're gonna love this. In fact, hold on. We got a couple more here.
All right.
Hold on a minute. We got a couple more. Thank you guys very much for your generosity. Keep it going. On a Wall with $2 says best show ever.
Thank you, On a Wall.
Thank you, On a Wall. I'm not going to comment on your guys' spelling anymore. Lesson learned. Joey Caravello with $2 says, I would only have sex with a friend's wife with that friend's consent. I'm not a monster. Well, look at that.
Hellos.
Look at that. That's a man with high morals.
I'll plow your wife. Only with your permission, of course.
Only if you tell me to. Do you want me to?
No. God, no.
Would you like that to happen? Because I could make it happen. But only if you want to.
Look, if I have to say me and Mr. George Washington feel like this could...
Now he's going to say no, and you're going to get punched in the face for saying his wife's only worth $1.
Right? Yeah, it's not going well.
I believe it was Mr. Lincoln who could never tell a lie. And your wife's shit looks tight. That's the truth. And you pull at the 5, you pop it for him. You let him know. Oh. Joey, what we're trying to say is you're a good man.
Thank you.
You're a good man. You're an honest man. And we appreciate you having some kind of dignity and code when it comes to fucking your friend's wife. Now, I believe if it's your enemy's wife, you can do whatever the hell you want.
Right. Then dirty dog rules apply.
Yeah.
And it's all just getting in there.
Then it's not even love. It's just vengeance. That's all. All right, guys. We got some breaking news yesterday and more breaking news. X is now reportedly using a tiered algorithm which limits the visibility of political content and posts that are determined to be controversial. Hey, Johnny, what do you think's going to be determined to be controversial?
I'm going to say anything that Elon Musk doesn't agree with.
I was going to go more specific than that. I have a theory.
Okay.
I have a theory as to what kind of content I believe is going to get put in the lower tiered algorithm.
H-1B visa content?
Maybe, but not quite that.
Liberal content?
I'm going to say certain criticisms.
Israeli critical content.
I'm going to say it's probably going to be Israel critical content. It's not a coincidence that this shit is happening around
After
the
they
same
got TikTok?
Well, around the same time that Nick Fuentes is becoming hot, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens are huge, all of this stuff. And now we're starting to hear, I don't know if you've been seeing what's been going on with YouTube, but it's a bloodbath.
I've been seeing channels getting throttled.
People are getting wiped out, demonetized, removed, their reach getting throttled. It is bad. And I hate to be this guy because, people, they think it's arrogant, but when you take a lot of shit and you go out on a limb and you're right and you're right and you got to take shit for it, once you're confirmed right, I feel like you should be allowed to brag a little bit. I said this a week or two, probably 2 weeks ago. I said, YouTube's fucking with people. They're fucking with me. They're fucking with other channels. They're putting the screws to them because they want to cut this Fuentes shit off. They want to cut the Israel stuff off. They want to cut all this other stuff. Now, my X timeline is full of people with hundreds of thousands of subs, millions of subs being demonetized, and they're not even controversial channels, and they're not even commenting on this stuff. They're doing like tutorial videos and shit, and they're being demonetized. They're being deplatformed, and it's this new AI algorithm that YouTube has that now they're fucking with channels that they previously hadn't fucked with. And I'm telling you, I don't know if it's necessarily Israel, but I know what it is it's the American mainstream media. Now that they've given up on TV and they're going to look, we're going to lose certain audience in TV. It's not going to be what it used to be. Now they're going to go in, they're going to throw their legacy money at YouTube and X, and they're going to say, favor us.
Start sinking their claws into these things.
Exactly. And it's going to work. Like, you're
Make
not
the
going to
new media like the old media.
Yeah, the new media is going to be the same as the old media. Everybody was naive enough to think we were going to get this new free speech haven where people could organically go viral. YouTube has stopped people from going organically viral for the most part for about 10 years now.
They realized the mistake they made with Jack Doherty. They're not doing that again.
Right, exactly. So you're going to see the Paramounts, the CBSs, the ABCs, the NBCs, the Warners, all of these people. You're going to see them take over, get favored in the algorithm, and everything else is going to get pushed down because money talks. And these people are going to partner with YouTube to do this shit. Somebody said it perfect. They said YouTube is going to Netflix it.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
We crack down on everything.
And now Twitter, I mean, Elon's Twitter is now going to have a tiered algorithm. You remember the fight that Elon had with people about H-1B visas? He was for them because
He's very in favor of them.
Tech loves H-1B visas. That's why don't take these Elon and Peter Thiels and these other guys as like MAGA and America First people. They're not. They like their Indians that come in on H-1Bs for 30% less than an American worker to fill their tech rooms.
Yep.
So
pay them less, get the same job done. It's nice.
So we remember him banning people, blocking people, suspending people for going hard on the H-1B visa thing a couple of years ago. Who's to say he's not going to start doing the same thing on, why do you need to start a tiered algorithm? I don't think any of these things happen because they want to improve the process for their customers.
No.
None of them were saying you need a new algorithm. So
customers are fine.
These new algorithms are nothing more than a response to something. And the something that's been going on a lot, I mean, look at CBS putting in Barry Weiss. Look at YouTube. I'm watching YouTube channels now where they bleep out the word Israel because it kills.
They don't want it to be in the algorithm.
It kills you in the algorithm. They don't promote your shit if you put Israel in it or Nick Fuentes. So I'm watching channels now where they're actually bleeping out or silencing Israel and Nick Fuentes. And you don't get to this part without there being a serious problem and talks behind the scenes and people making phone calls. So I hope you enjoyed what you had in terms of your free and open social media. It doesn't exist anymore. And
do you think this will silence Nick Fuentes, though? Do you think a lot of people will stop paying attention to him and stuff because we just start doing all this, or will this ramp him up?
No, because you'll still have the niche services like Rumble that'll be like, all right, we'll never be as big as YouTube, but we can welcome in the people who have been cast aside by YouTube. We'll make our money. We won't make enough waves publicly for anyone to bother to censor us. And we'll just keep this thing going. But
it seems so weird.
But the mainstream will always be the mainstream. The niche will never take over the mainstream. And the mainstream will protect each other.
Well, every time the niche becomes mainstream, it stops being niche, and that's where they had their power before. It's like, we don't give a fuck. We're a tiny little thing. Who gives a shit? Just a little boat in a big ocean. But once you become the big boat in the water, now you got to suddenly start catering to a lot of high-class passengers that want to tell you how the ship's run.
Yeah, Political Mutt says, I noticed yesterday they bleep out Jews and Israel. Yep. There's a lot of channels doing that now. Bleeping it out because it kills you in the algorithm. Drinking Beers with $5 says, does TDR Shit Show know how queer he is? Well, that's up to him. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says, Aaron and Johnny do Hulk Hogan fucking Bubba's wife. Aaron be Hulk and Johnny be MS Bubba. Don't fucking give me improv orders. Well, you know something, dude. I'm about to give Miss Bubba the big boot and the big old Hogan leg drop, man. But it's going to be the third leg, brother, because what you going to do when Hulk Hogan jizz runs wild on you, Heather?
I don't know I've never heard Heather's voice. How do I do
You're supposed to be Bubba, not Heather, you fucking gay guy.
He said Miss Bubba.
MS Bubba.
Oh, well, fuck.
Jesus.
I read that as Mrs. Bubba. I thought it was supposed to be his wife. I don't understand.
Now I have to be Iron Sheik. I put you in camel clutch, break your back, fuck your ass, and make you humble.
That fits a lot better.
Drinking beers with $2 says, I came to YouTube to give a like. Everybody give a like. Joey Caravello with $2 says, Aaron, can I go to Stoney's and have drinks with you and Johnny if I visit Minnesota? You let us know when you're in town and we'll try to make it.
We'll see what we can do.
I promise you, I'll do my best. Thank you guys very much for those lovely contributions. I appreciate them. Oh, my God. Hey, I'm giving you guys my voice today.
Yeah, it's going.
I'm giving you what I got. That's got to be appreciated, I hope. And thank you guys for all of your contributions today. I really appreciate it. We are 18 memberships on Rumble away from 500. So if you want to gift a membership or two, please do. Remember, if we get to 500, I will have to go to 11 today. All right, this is a fun one. This is a UPS worker who just got fired. And
all right, what?
He decided to post on X his feelings about the matter. And may I say, this guy has some feelings.
Okay. I mean, I guess he just got fired. That's understandable. Dear Lord, I can see why they fired him. God, I hate to get trapped in a room with this man.
I think he worked in the back of the house. Well, this guy, you know, I get a kick out of people like this. You know those people who work at a place for a long time, and then once they get fired, they tell you all the dirty shit about everybody in the office? Meanwhile, this was shit that they were totally fine with as long as they were employed.
Right, yeah.
But
they
then
turn
they
a blind eye as long as they got a paycheck.
Right, but then they get fired and they're like, this is terrible, this is awful, this is dreadful. And it's like, well, it was happening, right? You knew about this for a long time. Yeah, I know, but I was getting a paycheck then. Wait, so are you mad that they were doing this stuff, or are you bitter because you got fired?
You're not making a mint.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and see. I will commend him on one thing. I did watch this yesterday. He builds well.
Okay.
You know, he doesn't blow a gasket and then taper off. He builds really nicely. First of all, I would consider losing your job at UPS to be a blessing, but let's take a look.
Getting fired from the UPS store by this cuck loser, fucking coward, cuck loser, won't even fire me at the beginning of my shift, waits till the end of my shift.
Now, in fairness, didn't he technically allow that guy to make more money that day?
I mean, yeah, it depends. I guess it's literally glass half full, glass half empty sort of deal. You don't have a job anymore, but if he fired you at the beginning of your shift, you would have had the day to maybe look for work, but you wouldn't have the money you made.
Right.
So yeah, which do you need more, sir? The money or the time?
He allowed you to make a couple $100 extra, huh? Well, that's pretty righteous.
Here he is, Darren the cuck fucking loser from 1892.
In fairness, he does look like a cuck loser.
Why is it 1892? Is there a relevance to that date?
That might be like their store. But
okay.
I don't think he's referencing a year, because that would be a very specific year to reference.
Yeah, that's what I felt weird about.
From 1892, socks are wool, his shirt is wool. He's wearing so much fucking wool it makes me sick. Got a tri-corner hat. Well, that wouldn't be 18. I'm going a little too far back.
Yeah, dude, that's like 1792.
Yeah. Whoops, my bad. Well, anyway, now, in fairness to the supervisor, it is hard to wear the UPS uniform and not look like a cuck loser. So
yeah.
I'm not going to judge him too harshly.
You've pulled it off pretty well.
I haven't worn it. Oh, my shirts. God damn it.
He's a fucking loser who doesn't know shit about running a business.
You know what would be great is if Darren looked back at him and he goes, I may be a loser, but I have a job.
That would be awesome.
That's a good comeback.
Loser who doesn't know shit about running a business, and he's gonna let an alcoholic fat fuck named Joe fire somebody with 10 years of experience because he complained that Joe won't train my fucking coworkers, and Joe puts nigger on the fucking radio.
Wait a minute. Who's on the radio, sir?
I gotta say this. I think I like Joe. Joe seems like a good time. Let's go and count Joe's foibles, if you will.
Business, and he's gonna let an alcoholic fat fuck named Joe.
Alcoholic fat fuck. All right, so he drinks.
Sounds like a good time so far. Keep going.
Fire somebody with 10 years of experience because he complained that Joe won't train my fucking coworkers.
Joe doesn't give a shit. Kind of a cool boss.
All right, nonchalant, kind of just, I'm above this. All right, okay, I can work with it.
Pretty awesome. All right, so he drinks, he's a good time, and he's a pretty laid-back dude.
And Joe puts nigger on the fucking radio.
All right, that's 3 and 4. He's always 4 awesome things about him.
Stop making me like Joe. I've never met this man.
Joe rules. Is there a chance you could bring Joe out here for the camera so we could see the guy that they're keeping instead of you?
And Joe drinks next door and won't tell shit to my coworkers because he's a cuck fucking loser coward, just like Darren, the cuck fucking loser coward. Coward loser fucking cunt.
I'm betting this is feeling really good, buddy, but wait till this plays at your next job interview. Oh, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, maybe shave your head and beard before you go out looking again. Just, maybe establish a new look.
Do yourself a favor.
Is that
certainly not going to list the years you worked for UPS in future job applications, buddy? It's not going to work.
We'd love to have you here at Vanguard. Lord knows we're an expanding company and we need more people. But is this you? No, that's not me, sir. I can understand where you think that, but that guy has a beard.
I just have to make sure that none of your bosses are incompetent cucks before I work here.
You don't have any cucks that put the N-word on the radio, do you? I thought you said that wasn't you. It's not me, but it doesn't matter. It's not important right now.
It's a personal preference.
You're not a cuck loser by chance, are you, Bill? Because I can't work with cuck losers.
Cuck losers suck.
I've had a lot of cuck losers come through these doors, Bill. I don't want to find out you're one of them. Joey Caravello at $2 says, Little Lemmy is my girlfriend. Well, you'll never run out of vapes. Drinking beers with $1 says, at least Joe has a job, you fucking cuck. Well, no, easy now. He's sensitive. He's a sensitive guy. Let's take it easy, okay?
Dude, how fucking off the rails would he have gone, though, if that dude did your retort, though? Just like, yeah, but I got a job, and he'd just fucking blow up.
Yeah. Well, that's true.
Put in for 10 years.
But I do still have a gig, my friend. I need historically white, conditioner on my D, Ablo Pacheco, American O Republic. I need all those guys with memberships. So gift them up. And so those poor guys, and Coltrane, so those poor guys don't have to get ads, so they don't have to watch
Please
ads.
And thank you.
During the show. Thank you guys for all of your generosity. So yeah, I don't think that guy's going to be able to appeal. I don't think that UPS is going to miss him. I think that this is going to be a pretty mutual breakup at this point.
Do you feel like you were out of maybe a little out of bounds there? Maybe perhaps crossed the line? No, he's a fucking cock, and he fired me.
What are your complaints about Joe? He puts her on the radio. It's like, wow. Joe, this is Emmanuel from UPS. Yeah, this is the main office. Good work on the music selection. It seems to really bring morale up throughout the day. As you know, we employ a lot of so they probably enjoy the representation in the music. All right. Thank you. See, again, that whole rant made me feel like Joe's decent. Like
Joe seems like the coolest coworker ever.
Exactly. Yeah, Joe seems okay. All right, before we get to Netanyahu, I'm going to get that one's going to make me sick. I want you guys to hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. Hey, back up to 646.
Nice, thank you.
Keep hitting like, keep hitting subscribe, keep hitting follow. We do appreciate it. We were talking about Tim Walz today.
Yeah.
Piece of news this morning. This just got worse for him.
Oh, boy. How?
Take a listen to this.
Now to what's being called devastating news. That's the reaction just in to crimes a former Minneapolis chamber leader is accused of.
Jonathan Weinhagen is facing federal fraud charges tonight.
Callan Gray has been digging into the accusations. She's live in Minneapolis right now with what she's found.
Tonight, there are new calls for accountability from those personally affected by the crimes he's accused of. One grandfather of a shooting victim calling it unbelievable. The indictment says from December 2019 through June 2024, former Minneapolis Regional Chamber of Commerce president and CEO Jonathan Weinhagen embezzled, quote, hundreds of thousands of dollars from the chamber and its business members. It says he entered into sham contracts with a fake consulting company he created and used an alias, James Sullivan, and at one point opened a line of credit in the Chamber of Commerce's name, used it for personal expenses, and diverted donations from chamber business members to repay the money.
You know what, though? He thought it through. It was pretty elaborate. It wasn't just like taking money and putting it into his pocket. Like, he had to go through a couple of places.
This just in, they brought in Mohammed for the latest fraud charge, and he said, and I'm quoting, "I learned it from watching you, Jonathan."
But for some in Minneapolis, the most upsetting charge is for mail fraud. It says the Chamber of Commerce gave $30,000 to Crime Stoppers to fund rewards for information leading to an arrest in 3 shootings in May 2021 that killed 2 children and severely injured a third. A year later, it says Weinhagen requested Crime Stoppers return the money, and when he got the check, he, quote, stole the money and used it to pay for his personal expenses.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
This guy keeps
literally took money for dead kids, you dick.
This guy keeps becoming a bigger and bigger piece of shit as the story goes on.
Is it weird that he looks kind of like Lev Schreiber in the small picture in the corner?
Little bit. He's got a little Lev Schreiber going on.
It's the forehead, I think.
So he
Just
gave
the angle in the
30 grand to Crime Stoppers for 3 kids who had been shot. And then he
took the money back.
Took the money back and put it in his own pocket. What a cunt.
What a cunt.
This is devastating news.
KG Wilson's 6-year-old granddaughter, Anaya Allen, was one of the children killed in May 2021.
For me to hear this today, it crushed my heart. It crushed my heart, and it angered me.
The reward, he says, could be critical in encouraging someone to come forward.
It's just unreal that we have human beings that are capable of being that heartless, that greedy, to say, I don't care about these children who were shot and killed. I don't care.
To paraphrase Mr. Weingarten, fuck them kids.
About their families. I don't care about the communities who were hurt behind this. I'm going to take this money.
Wilson worried this could discourage people from donating to rewards in the future.
Why would you take from that?
Yeah, no shit.
So the accountability to me is for him to turn that money back in.
Now, that story may not seem connected to Somali fraud.
No.
But
does not.
The former Minneapolis Chamber CEO, Jonathan Weinhagen.
Yeah.
Big Tim Walz donor and ally.
I knew it, dude. I'm tired of saying allegedly. It's getting to the point where I'm like, no, I'm sorry. Tim Walz, in my opinion, allegedly, Tim Walz was siphoning out of our government through a variety of schemes. I want to say he did it as a way to make money for a war chest for this presidential run or vice VP run he did, but I don't know. That seemed like that kind of fell out of the sky.
Nope. This was just so I wonder if any of this Chamber of Commerce money found its way to
old Tim Walz.
Yeah. I wonder.
I don't. I have my opinion.
The last thing Tim Walz needs is some other asshole now coming out having dirt on him.
Well, hey, at least this one isn't a Somalian, so he can't be he can't say, hey, you're just deflecting, you're a racist, you're a bigot. No, this is a white guy. Friend of yours, apparently.
That was by far my favorite part of his whole shtick, the whole interview where he goes, it's not just Somalis. Oh.
We've got white people stealing too. Right. Don't we need to not import thieves if we have our own homegrown ones?
Awesome. Thanks, Tim. Appreciate it.
Oh.
All right. We have Benjamin Netanyahu begging, something that this show stopped doing 2 or 3 weeks ago. Benjamin Netanyahu, now, if you don't know this, this whole Gaza thing started recently because for the last 4 or 5 years, the Knesset has been trying to bring Benjamin Netanyahu up on charges.
Mm-hmm.
corruption charges, things like. In fact, I think he's been charged with corruption.
I thought he was ousted before for corruption.
Well, he's now trying to get a presidential pardon. So it's not a coincidence that Benjamin Netanyahu, who I think is one of the most evil men alive, Benjamin Netanyahu keeps coming up with emergencies. He keeps coming up with things, right? And a lot of it, in my opinion, is to divert from these corruption accusations and him being removed from office. So you had October 7th, which happened the day before he was due in court.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have the war that went on subsequently after that for 2 more years that just had a ceasefire, a very tentative ceasefire, assigned, I don't know, a month or 2 ago. We still have Palestinians being murdered, by the way, by the IDF. It's still happening. Well, now that all that's kind of quieting down and kind of going away, the Knesset now wants to do a couple of things. They want to reopen the Netanyahu corruption stuff. And the other thing they want to do is they want to investigate October 7th. They want to investigate what the IDF knew, what Mossad knew, what Netanyahu knew. They want to look into all that stuff because, as even Charlie Kirk said, nothing happens on that border without Israel knowing about it.
My friend, the 5 dancing Israelis. What do you mean it was an inside job?
So this is Benjamin Netanyahu. He's out of wars to start. He's out of vacations to sell on Anthrax Island. So now it's just him sitting down in his office begging the president of Israel to cut him some slack. Here we go. And by the way, this is Netanyahu trying to appear sympathetic. You know, as Sam Rockwell's character in Frost Nixon said, I would argue that it's impossible for anyone to feel any sympathy for Richard Nixon. He left this nation in trauma. Citizens of Israel, I'm going to move us.
Yeah.
So people can see the translation here. We'll go up into this corner for now.
There you go.
And then Johnny will come
Just
with
grab me there. Ooh, I'm flying.
There he goes.
There we go. Beautiful.
All right. So, citizens of Israel. Almost a decade has passed. We don't need the volume up for this.
Yeah.
Almost a decade has passed since the investigations against me began. The trial has been ongoing for nearly 6 years and is expected to continue for many more. As exonerating evidence that completely disproves the false claims against me is revealed in court, and as it becomes clear that the case against me was built through serious violations, my personal interest was and remains to continue this process to its end until full acquittal. You know what's amazing about this guy? Never his fault.
Right?
I mean,
he didn't do anything wrong.
All kinds of smoke and blood and dirt all around him. Always somebody else. And by the way, he's like, this process has gone on for 6 years. Yeah, because you keep delaying it with wars and false flags and shit.
Yeah. You kind of started a genocide to avoid jail time. It's fucked up.
You didn't want to lose your job as prime minister. So instead of like behaving more equitable and behaving more, legally and with character, you instead decided to slaughter a shitload of people to distract people from what you were doing. So he wants, he's going to fight this until full acquittal. Let me let you in on something. He's sitting here going, I'm going to fight this until full acquittal, like he has a choice. Nobody's offering him a deal. They've got him dead to rights on this shit. He's dirty. On all counts. But the security and political reality, the national interest, demands otherwise. Israel faces enormous challenges alongside tremendous opportunities. To counter these threats and seize these opportunities, national unity is essential. So get ready, because this little twat is about to say, hey, I want to fight this stuff till the bitter end because I'm innocent and I want to be exonerated. He's about to say, but since we have so many challenges and I love this country so much, now this kind of sounds like it could be a resignation speech, right?
A little bit, yeah. which would be smart. He might want to, duck and cover before the gavels hit the bench.
So he's saying this country has a lot of challenges. We're in trauma right now. This thing's been going on for 2 years or 6 years. Let's see what his solution is. So their offer is we try you on corruption and bribery charges, and we kick you out of office and maybe throw you in jail. Let's see what his counteroffer is. The ongoing trial tears us apart from within, fuels fierce disagreements, and deepens divisions. I am sure, like many others, that ending the trial immediately would help lower tensions and promote the broad reconciliation our country so desperately needs. So they're saying you're corrupt, you're evil, you've done terrible things. Netanyahu's counter is, let's call the whole thing off.
Didn't you just say you wanted to follow this process to its conclusion so you could be exonerated?
Yeah, but you don't understand. The country has a lot of challenges.
Yeah, I think its biggest challenge is that you're still in power and not in jail for war crimes. That might be. Honestly, though, I think, legit, on a world stage level, Israel's biggest challenge is the fact that he's a public face. Because it's kind of the Paul Heyman thing. If you hate him, you're going to not like Israel because he's so publicly coming out here for it. So we're just going to kind of look at all of you guys like this charlatan. So I just...
Are you saying that Benjamin... That's a great metaphor, great comparison. Are you saying that Benjamin Netanyahu is the Paul Heyman of the Middle East?
Yeah, except as opposed to shoving the children, he shoots them.
It's a little worse. I've struggled with this decision. See, this is sounding like a resignation.
It is.
But let's see if old
Is
Eric...
he resigning to get reconciliation? Like, that's how we come together, is I just fuck off and leave?
Yeah, maybe Netanyahu has found his inner humility. But recent events have tipped the scales. Due to the judicial panel's decision, I'm required to testify 3 times weekly, 3 times a week. This is an impossible demand not required of any other Israeli citizen. I've also considered President Trump's repeated appeals to Israel's president. President Trump called for an immediate end to the trial so we could work together on vital shared interests between Israel and the United States. Isn't it funny that Netanyahu is like, they want me to testify 3 times weekly. Yeah, that's what happens when you pull dirty moves. This is not demanded of any other Israeli citizen. Yeah.
Right, because you're the only one who's fucked up this bad, sir.
Not every Israeli citizen is the prime minister of the country. And how great is it? How the tables have turned that this guy is now going, hey, this foreign leader wants us to stop this shit immediately. How great would it be if Israel and the Knesset showed the balls that the American Congress doesn't have and
says we're not America, so who cares what they want?
Told this foreign power to fuck off and said, hey, actually, you know what? You coming in here trying to tell us what to do? We're going to do it even harder now. Thank you very much. In a time window that may not return. Dear citizens of Israel, I have been repeatedly elected in democratic elections and trusted by you to continue serving as Prime Minister of Israel, primarily to achieve these historic goals. For these reasons, my attorneys have submitted a pardon request to the President today. I expect anyone who has the country's best interests at heart to support this step. So all that set up, the country's in danger. The country has all kinds of problems. The country is facing all kinds of challenges. So why don't you guys just fuck off and stop trying to try me for corruption and just turn me loose?
Well, the challenges we're facing is that you're incredibly corrupt.
Yes. I mean, it is amazing, the hubris on Benjamin Netanyahu. The fact that this guy just goes, look, this has been going on for 6 years, and this country faces all kinds of terrible challenges. Oh, really, Benjamin? Well, it's nice that you say that. What's your solution? Why don't you guys just fuck off and let me do whatever I want to?
I don't know, because the last time you did, you murdered a whole bunch of people in Gaza. And this is the other part, too. Like, there's too many people besides him in the government that seem like they want that region, that Gaza region, to be part of Israel. So it's like, I don't think that this was like an accident. No, I think you just willfully did all this crap. So it makes it really easy to believe. Like, we're like, oh, well, he's corrupt. We've got evidence. Yeah, he seems like a bag of shit, so I could fucking buy that, too.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
just going off of the murdering children by starving them thing.
I really hope that they keep the pressure turned up. And it does sound like the president is not going to pardon him. He would have pardoned him by now. He would have pardoned him during the war. And now with that war being over, I mean, to call it a war, first of all, sounds gross. It wasn't a war. It was a massacre. But he didn't do it then. He's not going to do it now. But seeing, like, somebody should watch the Israeli president tell America to fuck off and stay out of our internal business, and then teach American government how to do that to Israel. Because, boy, that looks nice.
Yeah, it'd be really nice if our congressman didn't go over and bend the knee to another country publicly all the time.
Did you hear what Mike Huckabee did?
No, what did Mike Huckabee do?
Oh, let's do that in a second here before we get to, well, first of all, breaking news, Israeli army banned Android phones. iPhones are now mandatory. I'm sure there's some kind of clandestine weird shit going on there, but Gray Duckling with $2 says, can we get the Epstein files before that pardon? Well, what do they have, like 20 days left to release those?
Yeah, it's awfully interesting. I thought Donald Trump wanted them released. Isn't he the part that we have left? Like, what's the deal? I thought he was asking for it. I thought Congress approved it. What are we held up on? Why are they not released yet?
It's Pam Bond. It's up to Bondi now. Bondi's got to release.
Oh, great!
Them all.
Isn't that awesome?
And she's done such a great job. Such a great job. Real quick, do you know who Jonathan Pollard is?
No, should I?
Jonathan Pollard was a guy. Let me see if I can pull up this story. It's fascinating. You're gonna be. I mean, this is going to blow your fucking mind. I want to find a story that's not 16 minutes long on it. However.
Okay.
Boy, all of these are about 20 minutes long. Oh, here we go. Here's USA Daily News. Oh, but that's not a reporter. I like Jimmy Dore, and I like his the guy guest hosting
Huckabee
for him. So
and the deputy chief of mission approved of this visit and met with him without.
Let's do this version of it. So Mike Huckabee is the U.S. ambassador to Israel.
Mm-hmm.
Jonathan Pollard was an American intelligence employee who gave up a shitload of secrets and a shitload of sensitive information to Israel, and it may have then found its hands into the then at the time Soviet Union. Jonathan Pollard went to prison for decades for his espionage and for being a double agent against the United States. Mike Huckabee just met with him in Israel. Our ambassador to Israel just met with this fucking traitor to talk to him about American-Israeli relations.
Oh, for fuck's sake. I don't think if he's taking national secrets and giving them to the Soviet Unions via Israeli proxy, I feel like the most relevant thing you'd have to talk to about him is whether or not Israel's actually our ally. That seems kind of fucked up.
Well, and it's like Trump does nothing about any of this. Like, he just doesn't step in. He doesn't punish Mike Huckabee, anything. Nothing.
Would you like to know
Hello,
why?
everyone. Welcome back to the Jimmy Dore Show. I'm your guest host, Chris Keene. I'm filling in for Jimmy. He's on tour in Australia, here with Misha and Kurt Metzger. All right, MAGA freaks out that Trump ambassador met with spy who sold out the U.S. Ambassador Mike Huckabee met with Jonathan Pollard without the White House's prior knowledge.
Which is treason, by the way.
Right. The news caught the rest of the administration off guard, including the CIA and the president, according to 3 U.S. officials that spoke.
Could you imagine doing something as the ambassador to Israel that catches the CIA off guard, where the CIA goes, holy shit, dude, this is so fucking retarded. We didn't even consider it something anyone would do.
Yeah. I don't think we've ever had somebody this brazen before.
Right. Mike, did you have Jonathan Pollard over in Jerusalem? Yeah, why? What the fuck, dude? He was a spy against the United States. Yeah, but he really, really loves Israel. I don't fucking care.
The New York Times, the friendly off the books encounter. Friendly. He's friendly. It's a friendly meeting with the guy
Friendly
who betrayed our
encounters.
country.
That sounds like some Lindsey Graham seeks or Mike Johnson.
The friendly off the book encounter took place at the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem, according to Pollard, who spoke with the Times by phone on Wednesday.
So not only that, this motherfucker's bragging about it.
Right. We had a great time. It was a nice lunch. You know what I found out? A lot of stuff in common. And by the way, I totally didn't give him any other confidential, classified information that he may or may not have passed off to his Israeli and Soviet handlers.
Jonathan Pollard is openly bragging to the media that he met with Mike Huckabee. And by the way, Jonathan Pollard, if you couldn't tell by now, massive Zionist, huge Israel first guy, does not give a fuck about the United States of America. I thought it was a great time. Mike, this is one of the things Israelis love to do, especially these disgusting uber Zionist Israelis. The one thing they like to do is meet with their goy bitches like Mike Huckabee and then brag and basically throw Huckabee under the bus, or like brag in a way that makes him look really weak and pussy and shitty. Like he's like, well, we had a great time. It was an off-the-books encounter. Mike Huckabee offered me in. We ate lunch together. We talked about all kinds of plans that we have. Like, it seems like he's either incredibly naive, which he's not, or he's just purposely trying to emasculate and make Mike Huckabee look like his bitch, which, by the way, in Pollard's defense, Huckabee does. Huckabee is one of these disgusting fucking Christian Zionists like Ted Cruz. They think that we have to defend Israel because it's in the Bible. If you think that the Israel in the Bible and the Israel now are the same thing, you're a fucking retard. We don't even need to debate the issue. You're too fucking stupid. I mean, Israel, the country now that was founded in 1948, they co-opted a brand name from the Bible to give this country gravitas.
Earn sympathetic support.
Right. It's not the Israel from the Bible. And if you pretend it is, then you don't understand the world or the fucking Bible, and you shouldn't be quoting either one of them.
I'm tired of defending this country's actions because you think the return of Jesus needs a specific landing strip.
Right.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt told reporters Thursday that the White House was not informed of the meeting beforehand, but that regardless, the president stands by our ambassador.
Sure, just keep letting them cuck you, Donald. Just keep letting these people use MAGA, use your name, use your brand.
That's why they put you in there in the first place.
Right, to shit in your mouth. Don't do anything to the guy for Mike Huckabee. By the way, Mike Huckabee's always been a piece of shit. For meeting with a fucking traitor.
That's weird. It was unclear if the State Department had given the go-ahead for the meeting, and still more confusing as to why Huckabee and his senior advisor believed it prudent to meet.
Oh, by the way, his senior advisor, David Milstein, you remember who he is, right?
No, who's David Milstein?
You little bastard, you attacked my stepson?
Oh.
Yeah. That's the stepson of Mark Levin.
So he doesn't have conflicting loyalties.
No, not at all.
You little bastard, you attacked my stepson?
And Huckabee is their little, obedient Shabbos goy, and he'll just go ahead and do the bidding.
One of the most notorious spies from the Cold War. MAGA conservatives were outraged by the meeting, arguing online that Huckabee should be removed from his post for meeting with a traitor.
How about facing charges for meeting with a traitor as an official representative of the United States government?
Right?
Jesus. So that's what old Mike Huckabee's been up to. Meeting with people like Jonathan Pollard and totally getting away with it. Again, everybody's fine with it. Everybody's cool with it.
It's just sad. I don't know. I'm starting to wonder, like, maybe I grew up in ignorance and the America I loved never existed. But either way, it definitely isn't the one we have now, and it's sad.
Yeah. And it's just, there's no justice. There's no, nobody's going to, this happened 2 or 3 weeks ago. So, clearly nothing's going to happen.
There's no reprimand coming down the pipe.
That's the worst part is you look both ways. You're like, Does anybody give a shit that he's doing that? Oh no, nobody gives it. Nobody.
Didn't we threaten to bring a senior citizen back onto active duty in the military just so we could posthumously punish him for what some people called a traitorous act? It's weird that guy is getting threatened to get re-enlisted just so we can, take him out with a couple of wrappings on his knuckles with the cane.
Oh, Mark
but
Kelly.
We're not gonna, but we're not going to do dick about this guy. Fucking Huckabee can do this crap? No.
Joey Caravello with $2 says President James Marape of Papua New Guinea is Bibi's brown bitch. Papuans are starting to hate Israel. I have been spreading anti-Semitism in their Facebook groups. It's working. Jesus. Joey Caravello with another 2 says, I'm so jealous of Jimmy Dore. At the Young Turks, he says he saw Anna bend over once, and she was wearing a red thong. Well, Jimmy's got a good memory. $2 from Joey Caravello says Mike Huckabee and his daughter, that fat ugly slob, are Shabbos goys who love the foreskins Israelis feed them, allegedly. Allegedly. Brett McCart, Ablo Pacheco, historically white. They all need memberships.
Please and thank you.
Let's get those guys memberships. Yes, of course, please and thank you. Richard Head needs a membership. So let's gift those. We're 18 of those memberships away from 500. And, of course, if we get to that 500, we go until 11 today.
Nice.
So thank you, boys and girls. Well, you're never going to look at pigeons the same again. Sorry, guys.
Looking at them, but why not?
I'm about to ruin it for everyone. By the way, 655 is our number right now. Keep it up. Keep it going. We appreciate you. Russian scientists have successfully tested a fleet of remote-controlled cyborg spy pigeons.
We already had the rumor that birds weren't real and they were all spy devices. Now New York will never be safe if they're spy pigeons.
Yeah, this is Russia kind of like memeing us a bit.
What's he doing? He's flipping pigeons, letting everyone know I'm here.
You don't come in here with less than a platoon, you understand? Oh, you know about this place. Yeah, the jungle. You don't ever come down here without me, all right? The next time you notice a pigeon acting suspiciously, you may need to notify the authorities, as news broke last week that Russia had launched a flock of remote-controlled cyber pigeons. So, basically drones.
Yeah.
They've got oh, no, these are like real pigeons. These aren't like cyborg robot pigeons. These are real pigeons.
And dear Lord.
Yeah, the Russians have put brain implants in them, a neurostimulation module, a flight controller, and a camera.
So they've literally they've enlisted the aid of actual pigeons?
Dude, this is some Red Alert 2 shit. Remember in Command & Conquer Red Alert 2 where the Russians had, like, mind control squid?
I don't, but I'm not surprised. So the birds, like, aren't we going to see the wires and shit? Like, on the birds?
I don't know. I mean, how often do you look at birds? How often do you stare at a pigeon like that? You know?
Oh, God, this nation will only be saved by geriatrics and their fucking binoculars.
Now, wait a minute, though. I have a science question. And granted, I'm not the science guy. But
okay, Bill.
If you have pigeons and you release them in populated areas, the only footage you're going to get is like people's leftover plates from brunch on patios, right?
Technically, but my question is what this neurostimulation module is for.
They're going to turn them
there's
into...
that and a flight controller. So I'm guessing they have some way to encourage the bird to move in general directions and encourage it to fly.
All right, where's the bomb they plant on the pigeon if it goes rogue?
Oh, that's up its pooper.
Okay. Just blow it out from the ass. Wow. A state-linked Moscow neurotechnology firm boasts its operators can steer flocks of the flying pests across the sky at will. Researchers have launched field tests of so-called bird biodrones, known as PJN-1, ordinary pigeons surgically implanted with neural chips that allow technicians to direct their flight routes. I just want to politely remind everyone that we still have no cure for cancer or AIDS or hepatitis.
Or MS.
Or MS. Or Lou Gehrig's, or Lou Gehrig's disease. But we can put a chip up a pigeon's ass that makes it fly where we want it to.
Yo, I can let you steer this bird. you want to fix the whole like the whole I was born a cripple? Nah, fuck you. I can steer this pigeon to spy on my enemies.
This little girl has spina bifida. She's in a wheelchair. What can you do for her? I can give her a pet pigeon to remote control. That doesn't help me at all. The birds can be steered remotely in real time with operators able to upload flight commands by stimulating targeted regions of the brain. The pigeon then believes it wants to fly in the instructed direction, claim sources at NERI, which has deep ties to the Kremlin's high-tech innovation machine. I have a question. If they've already done this to pigeons, how do we know we aren't somebody else's pigeon? Like, how do we know we're not some, like, other planets?
If you don't believe Russia's doing the whole, like, let's put implants and control people experiments, I don't think you know Russia.
Surgery is carried out in which electrodes are inserted into the brain with millimeter precision. The birds wear tiny solar-powered backpacks. Oh, this is starting to get kind of cute. Containing onboard electronics, GPS tracking, and the receiver that transmits signals to the neuro implant. Chillingly, NERI insists that no training is required, declaring that any animal becomes remotely controllable after the operation, with pigeons capable of covering 310 miles a day or more than 1,800 miles in a week. The Russians are fucking all over us, man. They're all over everyone. They're keeping their nose to the grindstone, and we're getting complacent.
All I'm saying is, if you could do it to a bird, you're not too far off from being able to start with people.
Veldrain with $1 says, I am cool with cyborg pigeons. You cool with it? Is it cool? Because that whole thing. So now we've got pigeons that they can control and fly. Now this makes me think that there's some like intergalactic force or whatever that might have chip implants in us.
I think Canada's had a spy goose program for quite a while. I don't trust Canadian geese.
I don't either, but we should hack them apart. You're absolutely right. I have a Marvel question for you.
I may have an answer. What's the question?
I'm fascinated by this guy because I don't watch Fantastic Four or whatever.
Okay, I haven't seen it either.
But you know comic book shit.
Yeah.
What is a Galactus? He looks like a really huge guy.
Yeah, I believe Galactus is, if I'm not mistaken, I believe he absorbs like whole like solar systems and planets and stuff.
He just eats them?
Yeah, I think that's like his food.
Because that's who they fight in the Fantastic Four movie, I guess.
Yeah, they did that with the second Fantastic Four with the Silver Surfer, and then I heard they do that in the first reboot.
So how do you beat this Galactus guy? Looks huge.
Well, I know in the second Silver Surfer movie, they had to use the Silver Surfer's abilities to beat Galactus.
But how do you beat something that big? He came down. He's gigantic. He's on the earth, and he's just grabbing the ground and eating it.
Yeah, I don't know how. Well, like I don't know, like in the like I said, I don't know how they do with the most recent movie, but in the first Fantastic Four film, like he was literally outside of it. Like he like Earth was, a fucking gumball to him. So I don't know how you defeat him technically. I mean, in the comic books, supposedly Squirrel Girl was able to pull it off. So,
so we have a Squirrel Girl. There's a Squirrel Girl.
Yeah, it's one of the lamest, most stupid characters, but everybody loves her. So
what is she?
She's a freaking kid who's born with the ability to fucking telepathically can talk to squirrels, and they do her bidding.
Wait. How the fuck does that help anybody?
Right? But she's supposedly so powerful. She's defeated huge, amazing bosses because she's underestimated because of her squirrel powers. I mean, seriously, like, do you really think, like, Thor and any of them, like, they're throwing everything they can at, what's his name that was in the last Avengers not Doomsday, but
Thanos?
I keep thinking Galactus now. Who was the last villain, the big villain that Brolin played?
Thanos.
Yeah. Does somehow Squirrel Girl beat Thanos? And I'm like, what is Squirrel Girl going to do to Thanos?
Him, like, wait a minute. Remember the lady that got mauled by her mink coat in Ghostbusters 2?
Yeah.
Is that what Squirrel Girl does? She just sends a swarm
I think it's her kid. Right, yeah, but kind of. But again, like, yeah, it's a swarm of squirrels. But if you're Thanos, those are just step on them. Like, what?
I need to.
And if you're Galactus, you can eat the planet that they live on. Like,
but
how
you
the
can
heck
eat the
is
squirrels?
Right. How the heck is Squirrel Girl a thing? So, yeah, after I found out that she's defeated multiple big name
and she's a big fat girl, too?
Yeah, she's got a badonkadonk. Let's just say there's a certain community that really likes
90% of Squirrel Girl mains still don't know this. I still see a lot of players trying to aim at the enemy
this is from Marvel Rivals.
Oh, that's a video game?
Yeah. Marvel Rivals definitely put a trunk on a few of those cars, if you understand what I'm saying. They wanted to attract an audience.
Yeah, I don't want to know about a video game.
Yeah, no, that's not. This looks like it's all the Marvel video game.
Welcome to Marvel TLDR, the series where we break down Marvel's greatest stories so you can jump right in and read the original adventures. Today's story is The Unbeatable Squirrel Girl. Doreen Green is a college student with a big bushy tail. The proportional
God, that got a little. That was a weird open. I was like, a big what? Oh, bushy tail.
A big bushy tail.
That'd be a weird thing for a Marvel comic book for kids. Squirrel Girl is a girl with a
big bush.
She's a college girl with a giant bush. I don't understand. How do the squirrels live in it, in her pubes then, or how does she? By the way, this is terrible weight training. I mean, the fact that she has this one big muscle and like nothing else is developed.
Yeah, dude, I don't know how you use that thing. You're going to snap your arms if you try to get that torque in there.
That might be a goiter. That might not be a bicep.
That could be an infection.
Yeah, you got to get that. You might have to have that lanced.
Abilities of a human-sized squirrel and the ability to talk to actual squirrels. She uses all three of these powers to fight crime as the unbeatable Squirrel Girl.
Dude, did you just give away my secret identity?
What? No, I'm just recapping one of your adventures.
Does she have buck teeth too, like a squirrel?
Yep, usually. Again, she has the strength of a human-sized squirrel. For those of you that don't know, squirrels don't have any disproportionately large strength things. They're just a rodent. They have the average strength of an average rodent. They're not like ants that can lift like 5 times their body weight or any of that. No, it's just a
Ant-Man makes sense to me.
Right. Squirrel Girl is lame and gay.
This is the gayest superhero ever.
It's kind of my job.
Well, you're not talking to the people in my universe, are you?
No.
Oh, well then that sounds awesome. Carry on.
This is weird. I'm not used to girls being nice to me. Anyway,
all right,
I wouldn't admit that publicly.
Guys, let's just get back to the fucking squirrel bitch, please.
Squirrel Girl, her roommate Nancy, and her squirrel friend Tippy Toe are guarding a bank when it's suddenly attacked by a giant hippo man.
So a giant hippo man is going to be done in by a bunch of squirrels.
Yeah. It's one of those things where I'm like, why is this a character? Why is this character a thing? And why is this character not comedic relief for constantly getting kicked out of her?
I want Squirrel Girl to keep showing up at like big like super boss meetups and like she's
just getting her
first
face
one.
punched in.
Oh, she just gets the shit beat out of her. You know what though? I smell a crossover opportunity. Squirrel Girl, and they have a new superhero named Moose Man. And 2 of the things that they summon are Rocky and Bullwinkle.
Moose and Squirrel.
Moose and Squirrel.
Heroes Chipmunk Hunk and Koi Boy show up to stop him, but Squirrel Girl manages to talk Hippo Man down from his life of crime. People all over New York City start getting into pointless fights. This chaos is the work of Ratatosker, the squirrel messenger.
Oh, no, not Ratatosker. Dude, this is the gayest shit ever.
It is.
It's very clear that Marvel cherry-picked what they were going to present to the movie-going audiences.
Right?
Because if they would have made a Squirrel Girl movie, people would have fucking shit all over the floor.
Oh, hold on. It's going to get there eventually because Squirrel Girl's got a growing audience thanks to the Marvel Rivals video game. People who love playing her because she's overpowered and she's easy to win with. And then the people that love defending her going, no, pay attention to the comics. She's more powerful than this person, this person, this person. I'm like, right. And that's where we go. It's because they're not real, because in reality, that bitch would be laying in a pile of squirrel bodies everywhere she goes. Like literally every character, hero and villain in the Marvel universe, I would go up against a bunch of rabid squirrels. They still win. Venom absorbs them. Done.
I despise Squirrel Girl.
Yeah. She's lame and horrible. Which is why, again, I believe, let me double check. Galactus, let me make sure. Why did it open up in?
Squirrel Girl beats Galactus?
I'm checking right now.
Fucking insane. That's insane. Wait a minute. This is how you kill Galactus. You have the squirrels wearing a vial of cyanide around their neck, and you send them on a kamikaze mission, and Galactus picks up all the squirrels and eats them, and we kill him with cyanide.
Many of the foes that Squirrel Girl has defeated over the years have been active threats to the Marvel Universe. However, some of these foes she's encountered were not defeated in combat, but rather through active discussions. That's the other part. She's talked people down. That is what led to her confrontation with Galactus. That's right. Galactus, the Eater of Worlds, was... no, show me the whole thing.
Wait. No. Wait. Bray Wyatt's the Eater of Worlds. The fuck? So wait, she talked Galactus down into a vegan diet or what?
I guess.
Have you ever tried quinoa Galactus? It's fantastic.
No hero has managed to defeat a majority of Marvel Universe's most powerful threats. At least no one except Squirrel Girl. Because she shows up and goes, but the squirrels. And they go, well, I got to stop.
So what is she like? She finds out all the villains are gay and like super sensitive to shitty arguments?
Apparently.
But Galactus, you'll eat the squirrels too. I don't fucking care. Oh, God.
And you get, like, all these people that pose threats, like Iron Man can't stop them, Deadpool, Spider-Man. No, we need the chick with a whole bunch of rabies-infested rodents to show up with some acorns and go, yeah, but don't you think you're being kind of a dick?
Dude, I fucking hate Squirrel Girl so much. I'm actually in a bad mood because of this.
You're welcome.
We have an hour left in the show, and I'm determined to make it positive. So we got to fuck off with Squirrel Girl.
We got to turn this around.
Thank you to Your Huckleberry for gifting a membership on YouTube. Hey, Rumble, we're 18 memberships away from 500. We have not had, check it out, no PayPal, Venmo, or gifted memberships today. Everything's been via Rumble Rants and Super Chats.
Thank you. Although those avenues are open if everybody wants to pop them cherries.
Absolutely.
They are there.
Throw them in. Ryan the Garbage Man says, my cat brings me decapitated squirrels. Yeah.
Right? So a lady that's got an army of them must be on stop fucking.
Squirrels are shit. All right. Do we want to talk about the Afghani who shot the National Guard member? That seems like too much of a downer.
That might be a bit of a downer. I've got a half hour left. We can do it if you want.
No, I think I'm going to skip it today. It's just...
He shot a lady.
It'll be another thing that will allow the Trump administration to put the National Guard in more cities.
Right? Because why don't we want that?
Yeah, it'll be another thing that they use for immigration and shit like that. I mean, you can kind of see where that whole thing's going. Let me open up our 8 o'clock stories, and while we do, why don't you guys load up on memberships and hit like and hit follow and hit subscribe, and we appreciate you being here and supporting the show, and we just celebrated 5 years without the radio back on Friday, and we couldn't do it without your generosity. So thank you for that. All right, Johnny, we got shit to do, my friend. We've got, just load up. It's fine. No, just go ahead.
What?
I've got, not you, the fucking thing.
Oh, I was just load up on what?
I got two options, and we're going to do both, but which one would you like to do first? I have Alpha News doing a 3-part series on Ilhan Omar, the brother marrying, all that shit. Okay. Or I have footage from 2 years ago of Laura Loomer flirting with some girl's boyfriend at a bar.
I feel like the Laura Loomer one might be more fun and lighthearted. We should save that for after.
The Laura Loomer one's going to be a lot of fun. Wait, so you want to do that one now, or?
Well, I want to finish on a high note, so I want to save that.
All right, let me open up the Laura Loomer one here, and then we'll do the Ilhan Omar one first. All right, so, Alpha News, I think they do such a good job. And I know that they're biased. I know they have a slant to the right, even though I don't think Liz Collins are necessarily a arch conservative or a right winger. I think Alpha News gets this rap for being a right wing news organization because all of the news in Minnesota is lefty.
Right. So anybody that comes off of that is the other. They
cover the stuff that our state won't do. It just so happens that the stuff our state won't do is anti-liberal stuff. Before we hit play on that, $2 from Grand Poobah says, I always thought the point of Squirrel Girl was to remind fans not to take comics too seriously. That or remind normal folks that to take hardcore comic fans too seriously.
That's the logical reason that most of us accept her existence for, yes.
That would be great. Doesn't make me not hate her.
Like I said, I always find it annoying. It's like we've designed this whole world where the person who solves everything is the lady that shows up with a squirrel. Goes, no, but let's talk about it. I'm like, yeah, but the Galactus gives a fuck about you and your squirrel.
Yeah, Galactus is the biggest gay pussy ever if he gets like turned away from his mission by, empathy.
Talked down by a squirrel.
Yeah. All right, here's the Ilhan Omar thing from Alpha News. Go ahead and hit like and hit share, guys. We appreciate you being here.
Minnesota Democrats, media, and the Department of Justice have continually ignored strong evidence supporting the fact that Ilhan Omar may be directly involved in tax, marriage, and immigration fraud.
In 2002, Omar married Ahmed Hirsi in a religious ceremony. Hirsi is the father of Omar's three children, and it's pictured often with Omar and their children on their campaign website.
Okay.
In 2016, Minnesota journalist Scott Johnson received a tip about a post from a Somali community website containing marriage certificates alleging Omar married her brother, Elmi, in February 2009, in order for him to immigrate to the U.S. legally.
So she married her brother to get him through the immigration process?
That is correct.
That seems like that's fraud. Isn't that fraud?
It's a lot of things. Fraud is one of them. Remarkably ethically wrong is another, and creepy as all shit would be the third, I would say. Not necessarily in that order. Marrying your brother, no matter what the motive, is fucked up. And Ilhan Omar digs marrying her brother to get him to the U.S. legally.
Still married?
But, they're saying that, they never got divorced. So when she married this other guy, the father of her children, that was bigamy. Now, let's get the obvious part out of the way. If Ilhan Omar's name was Megan and she were white, she would have been investigated. I'm not saying she would have been tried, convicted, anything like that, but there would have been an investigation into Ilhan Omar if she wasn't a protected class. Because as you see with all this fraud stuff, the state of Minnesota doesn't want to do anything to Somalis ever, no matter how much wrong they do. They want to sweep it under the rug, and they want to act like the Somalis never do anything wrong.
Well, I don't really, gosh, Dolly, I don't want to be called racist, don't you know?
That's pretty much it.
Despite the facts, she'd been married to the father of her children, Hirsi, over a decade.
This clearly proved that any such second marriage might be bigamous under Minnesota law, as well as fraudulent.
Later in August 2016, further investigations into legal documents and filings in Minnesota by journalist Priya Samsundar uncovered evidence supporting the allegation that Ilhan Omar married her brother, Ahmed Nursed Elmi, in 2009.
The 2009 marriage license to Elmi lists the same address as one filed for a Minnesota business 3 months later in May 2009 for a one-to-one cafe by Hirsi.
There's a fucking marriage license with addresses and names and everything on it. It's clear. You don't need to dig.
Are you allowed to be a congressperson when you've committed crimes? Is that a thing?
If you haven't been accused or
convicted?
I was going to say indicted, tried, and convicted. Yeah, you can be a congressman if you want to, congresswoman if you want to. They ain't looking into this shit. And by the way, if someone who became a congressperson is willing to do this shit, what other stuff are we overlooking in the Somali community?
That they're willing to do?
Yeah.
Father of Omar's 3 children.
That means Ilhan Omar was living with both her real husband, Hirsi, while still married to her brother, Elmi.
Omar has continued to deny the allegations, dismissing them as baseless rumors and fake journalists on bigot blogs despite mounting evidence.
So you're just racist if you notice these things. If you just see what Ilhan Omar's done and you look at the documents and you follow the proof, then you're just a bigot.
That's the go-to in Minnesota for, like, no offense for the Somali community in Minnesota. The go-to is, upon receiving criticism, respond with, "You are racist."
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what the criticism is, where it comes from, or how. You just immediately respond, "You're racist," and that's your response. That's her response when they talked about the fraud. Oh, this is Trump's racist bigamy, and it's not at all that we can trace millions upon billions of dollars in fraud to one community. This is all racist.
Well, it was the Somali community in Minnesota that stopped investigations by the state of Minnesota into this fraud for years, since about 2017, because they would allege Islamophobia and they would file injunctions and lawsuits and all this stuff. And eventually the state of Minnesota would back off because they go, well, gee, I don't want to be called racist.
So weird.
High school record evidence also support the claim that Elmi is indeed her brother and graduated in 2003 from Arlington Senior High School in St. Paul, Minnesota, with enrollment records that state he was born April 4th, 1985. The same birth date listed on Omar's 2009 marriage certificate to Elmi.
As troubling details mounted against Omar, members of the Somali community were threatened into silence through intimidation tactics and physical violence on themselves and their families still back in Somalia.
So it's still just gangster shit going on. Even when they come to the United States and they get over here, just still gangster fucking militia shit going on.
It's almost like since they didn't have to do any actual work to get here, they don't care about assimilation or the rules. They're just going to play the same games in a new spot.
Yeah.
And obtained
well, I mean, it worked so well there.
Facebook Live video from August 18, 2016, a woman identified as the Associate Chair of the Somali American Caucus speaks. And in translation, she states in plain terms that any Somali that talks about Omar's personal life, including marriage discrepancies, is an enemy of the Somali community. Credible.
You know what's amazing is they never say it's not true. They never say these are inaccurate reports. It's never that. It's always, you're an enemy of the Somali people, you're bigoted, you're reading the wrong blogs, everything else. Why not just come out and say it's not true?
Because they can't.
Sources in the Somali community have stepped forward and provided Alpha News with information in exchange for anonymity, along with members of the 2003 class have also identified Elmi's father as
Nur said, Elmi Mohammed, the same man who calls himself father to Ilhan Omar.
Oops. So that's gonna be a 3-part series.
Dear Lord. Yeah, but I don't think it'll do anything. Great. It's not like this stuff is new information, especially in Minnesota, and she still gets fucking elected. She's gonna get elected again.
It's still very much an echo chamber. You know? So like Alpha News will release it. A bunch of right-wingers who already think this will think it. But
right.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna break.
It's not
through.
gonna change anything.
MN Gal gifting a membership. Thank you so much.
There's so many Somalians in this bitch.
Thank you very much. Keep gifting those memberships, guys. Thank you very much. We're now 17 memberships away from 500. We'd love to get to that 500 number today. Thank you so much for your generosity. All right. Now, this you're going to love. This is Milo was apparently on one. Back in the day, or back during this weekend, and he found a video from back in the day. He was going after Laura Loomer. Milo was tweeting, probably on coke or probably on some kind of drugs, but you remember Milo Yiannopoulos? He was the guy who was like on this crazy run. He was on Bill Maher, and then as soon as he got too big, the mainstream media found all these clips of him saying fucked up shit. Well, he kind of said true stuff about his community at the time, the gay community, which was, we don't see the age of consent the way you guys do.
Yeah, stuff that you aren't supposed to say in public.
Right. And he got canceled for that. And then, like everybody who gets canceled, he kind of went off the deep end, and he's still around, but he's very much kind of a fringe guy at this point. But he claims he's not gay anymore, but dude, he's so gay. And he's having this gay cat fight with Laura Loomer. Like, she upset him somehow. And now he's kind of going after her. He was taking shots. He was alluding to a possibility that Laura Loomer in the past couple of years had been institutionalized, that she had been committed for mental breakdowns, and that she was not legally allowed to own a gun. That's, again, according to Milo Yiannopoulos.
According to Milo.
And then, like, what I like about Milo and, like, the way gays fight in general is that they're just bitchy and they release shit for no reason that has nothing to do with the argument. So Milo releases this 2-year-old footage of Laura Loomer trying to flirt with this guy at a bar who has a girlfriend. And it is, I mean, I'll give this to Milo. It's fucking cringe. Like, it's really bad. But it also has nothing to do with any kind of, like, political or philosophical argument.
She's just trying to steal another lady's dick. All right.
She's just trying to get some dick. Well, she's going to say that she's not. But I want you to tell me what you think. This is Laura Loomer a couple of years ago, according to Milo.
Your hair and your eyes look so good. You're, like, beautiful.
Thank you.
You're like an Aryan degenerate goddess.
Thank you.
Aryan degenerate goddess? A god?
I think she means God. Or she's talking about the guy's girlfriend. We pick up this video right in the middle. Oh, by the way, there's Dexter's brother, the ice truck killer. Good to see.
He's looking for an amputee.
Yeah. Quick, cut off one of her fingers.
I love it.
Thank you. You're Aryan too.
I know, but I'm Jewish.
It's okay.
Because you're such a cutie.
Don't mess my hair. God damn.
See, like, she's touching and she's got her hands on him and everything else.
Yeah, dude, she's thirsty. She wants a drink of that Aryan water.
But, like, he's so not interested, and, like, he's staring at this Wicked Witch of the West nose, and he's like, get the fuck away from me, please.
Fix it.
I disagree.
Fix my hair.
I disagree completely.
Did you fix it?
I did. But, like, that picture you posted on Instagram recently when you got, like, reinstated on Facebook was so hot. Like, seriously.
I appreciate it.
It's so good.
It's a good picture.
Your skin and then that's it.
He's just looking away. She's got her, like, first of all, take your fucking hands off him, please.
Yeah, dude, you're leaning on this dude. You need him for support? I mean, at this point, you might as well start sliding that hand lower. I don't think you've put it out there enough that you really want to tug on his pud, ma'am.
Hate me.
It's fun.
The alt-right people want to put me in a gas chamber because they're obsessed with the Jews.
Like, if you're trying to hit on someone, probably not the best direction for a conversation.
So the Holocaust, you want to plow me or what are we doing here?
Oh, man, all the right-wingers want to put me in a gas chamber. You want to put it in my ass chamber? What do you think?
Oh.
I think they're just memeing on you, but it's okay.
It's okay. I don't care. I love it.
It'd be like that sometimes.
I know. They're just jealous because I have big tits and an Ashkenazi IQ.
Ladies and gentlemen, stereotypes are completely baseless, and I don't know why anybody makes them.
It's anti-Semitic.
Yes, that's what it is. Yeah. You got it.
Anyway, next time you're in New York, let me know. We'll hang out. Bring your girlfriend to New York sometime, and we'll all hang out. We'll go to, like, really cool restaurants and hang out, and we'll have a blast.
Yes, I will bring my girlfriend.
Yeah. That's his way of going, back the fuck off. Yes, I will bring my girlfriend. You know, the one that I fuck.
Keep your pants
on. Who is not you.
I want to meet, what's Becca?
Yeah.
Becca.
Yes.
She's so sweet.
You remember.
Yeah,
Doxing.
Yes, you'll meet her.
You guys are so sweet. I hope it works out because, like I said, I know.
I love this.
This dude's just sitting there like, does anyone else see what is happening right here? This is fucking weird.
Does anyone else see what an awkward fucking weirdo this chick is? Oh,
by the way, why? Now I know at least why Josh Hartnett hasn't done any new movies. He's just hanging out at weird parties.
Looks terrible. Yeah, he looks weird and gaunt. By the way, I don't know about you. None of this surprises me that this is how Laura Loomer behaves.
Oh, no, not at all.
She's overbearing. She's touching. She's saying cringe shit. Like, at least we can say that the Laura Loomer in, like, social real life is the same as the one she presents publicly. That's kind of refreshing.
Yeah.
There's no surprises here. She's not, like, really smart and capable and gets it when she's off of a camera. She's still just the same dipshit retard that she always is.
She showed you who she was. She hasn't changed.
Oh, it's all the knack. Like, I know everything you do on Twitter is like so fake and not real, but
Yeah,
like
it's all fake.
it's so sweet that you like and your girlfriend have been together for 3 years. I love it.
I know. It's
She doesn't love it. She keeps bringing up the girlfriend and how long they've been together. This is her trying to throw him off the scent of the "I'm trying to suck your dick" trail. Oh, your girlfriend.
But I think the arm around his fucking shoulder and keep leaning into his ear to talk to him, touching his hair and any other part of his anatomy you can get your hands on, is really foiling that plan, ma'am.
Oh, I love your girlfriend. You should bring her. Oh, I think it's so great that you've been with your girlfriend for so long. Your dog.
Do you know something? Like, I'm going to tell you a secret. Like, do you know so many people in this movement who preach trad life are like fucking people on the side and like cheating on their partners?
That's
like,
so bad.
Like, they're not even like really trad life.
Such
like,
scum.
like my ex is like dating somebody who's like super trad life, and she was like fucking my boyfriend while we were dating and like ruined our.
This is a great conversation to have with somebody who you're trying to suck his dick. This is fantastic, Laura. You're not. This isn't a crash out at all. You're doing great, kid. I mean, this guy. I mean. Body language experts would have a field day with this.
He can't lean out of this literally, if he does anything more proactive to get you out of his bubble, he's going to be accused of pulling a Paul Heyman.
If she moves that arm any closer to his other shoulder, she's got him in a headlock.
Right. He's asphyxiating.
And I act like it's okay, but like it's really sad because like I love when people like keep, tradition in their relationships.
God.
It's really.
She's fucking bombed and she wants it so there's reeking of desperation and then there's whatever the fuck that was.
So did he go home with her? I don't know if Dennis Leary Jr. there really painted enough of a picture of his disinterest.
Yeah, I don't think he was into it. I think I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that Laura had to find some other dick that night.
Probably.
So George Santos, remember the gay, fraudulent Republican guy?
Yeah.
Yeah. Who pretended to be Jewish. He responded to this and he said, Milo, not cool. To which Milo, by the way, you're never going to shame Milo Yiannopoulos. He's catty. He's bitchy. He's a gay guy. He just doesn't remember. He doesn't know he is.
They're not going to care.
Milo said, she is a vile and disgusting pig for whom no indignity is too great. I just found the hard drive in which the complete 27-minute version resides. Maybe I'll upload as a special Thanksgiving treat. Dude, you mean Laura Loomer talked to that poor bastard for 27 minutes?
All right, now I'm not feeling as bad for him. I feel like, dude, you got a 30-minute window to give this chick the, all right, I'm good, see you later, fuck off, kind of vibe, and you didn't do it? You couldn't walk away from her at all? At any point, be like, I gotta pee, and just not come back. Like, that's
27 minutes. That guy should have been allowed in self-defense to break her arm. Oh, also,
was she leaning? Now I'm curious. Now I've got questions. Was she leaning on him the whole time?
Oh,
was it 30 minutes of just arm around his neck in a completely not subliminal, not subtle way of saying, I want to plow you?
You know that she was hanging on him the entire time. For
Don't
sure.
do it, Laura.
I'm scrolling through. I think Milo, in my opinion, Milo still does coke because he is fucking tweeting
like
constantly.
Crazy.
Oh my God, he doesn't stop. I'm trying to scroll down and find the Laura Loomer stuff. But it's just
that's certainly not a good look for you if you want to convince people you aren't doing that.
He's tweeting it constantly, like he's like multiple times an hour.
Oh no, buddy.
Here we go. He said this over the weekend. This was Saturday. Laura was forcibly incarcerated in psychiatric facilities at least twice, which is the reason she's not allowed to own a gun. The supervision of doctors is undoubtedly a better environment for her than politics or social media. I hope Dad commits her again soon and permanently. Wow. What happened?
Why is he so hard on Laura Loomer?
Like, I don't mind people shitting on Laura Loomer. That's fine. But like, what specifically happened to trigger this? I'm told Palm Beach predator Laura Loomer is absolutely seething at not being invited to George Santos's Christmas party. I'd be so
That's
happy.
A win.
Right? You win, Laura.
I don't have to come up with my not attending excuse now.
Right. And that's what it would be like if, Oh, if George Santos invites me to his party, now I'm going to have to find a reason why I can't go. Oh, got to make something up. I feel
I don't have any
shit.
grandparents left where I could just kill one of them.
I know. I would kill one of my grandparents to avoid going to one of those parties. Joey Caravello with $2 says Dennis Leary sodomized Johnny. I feel like there's a big allegedly attached to that.
Well, that's definitely not true. So wherever you're getting your information from, buddy, you might want to check again.
What if he's getting it from Dennis Leary himself?
Well, then I'm just honored that Dennis Leary knows who I am and would commit the time and energy to make up such a weird and completely pointless lie.
Now, is the lie that he sodomized you or you sodomized him?
I think the way Joey Caravello is painting it is the lie is that he sodomized me. Okay. Which, like I said, if that was actually uttered from Dennis Leary's mouth, it's an honor to be nominated, is what I would say.
So you would think it was an honor to be sodomized by Dennis Leary?
No. I think it's an honor that Dennis Leary lied about sodomizing me. Because then no actual sodomy happened, but he apparently knows who I am and has enough of an emotional connection to go as far as to make up a sodomy rumor about a fucking weird, nobody knows him cripple from Minnesota. That's kind of a huge thrill.
The only reason that he sodomized you, though, is because he thought you were Bill Hicks' joke book. That's all. Johnny MS Now Crutches with $1 says, can Squirrel Girl be the Vikings quarterback? Max Brosmer ain't cutting it. Oh, that's for sure, my man. That's for sure.
Where's JJ?
He had a concussion. He'll be back next week.
Oh, okay. So he'll be back. We'll get it back. It'll be fine. Guys, it'll be fine.
We're not going to be fine this year. We're going to get through this year, and then we're going to try to figure something out for next season, but oh boy. It's not looking good. Before you go, Johnny, and for those of you who are still here, hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Thank you very much. 650 still hanging out on the toe. Do us a favor. Throw a little something our way. We appreciate your support. There was an election in Nigeria, I believe, or Niger. Oh, okay. Namibia. I'm sorry, Namibia. My bad. There was an election in Namibia, and one politician, to much fanfare, won his representative election. And he's going to be representing Namibia, and that would be this gentleman.
I can't be reading that name right.
That's his name.
First of all, when you say Adolf Hitler, I don't picture that guy.
That's not how I say it. I always say, when you say Adolf Hitler, make sure you say it from the diaphragm with meaning.
That's how a German would pronounce it.
No, Adolf Hitler has won re-election in Africa.
Africa loves him some Hitler.
Africa loves Adolf Hitler. This is Adolf Hitler Unona, a Namibian politician who is overwhelmingly popular regardless of his attention-grabbing name. The 59-year-old cruised to re-election despite his unfortunate name and has no plan to change it. The local politician said he usually goes by Adolf Unona in daily life and argued it's too late to formally change his name. It's in all official documents. It's too late for that. You know what that means is that he doesn't mind the name.
Well, I'm guessing that we'll go out on a limb here and say his dad didn't realize the connotations, and the connotations really weren't something that anybody brought up until he started running for office, and by that point he's like, fuck it. Already got it. Plus, once you win election once as Adolf Hitler, what are you afraid of? Like, it can't be like, do you realize his name is... Yes, we're well aware. We know.
Also, you're going to love this. Do you know how this guy became famous, like how his political career took off?
No.
Fighting apartheid. Adolf Hitler became a famous politician fighting apartheid. And on that note, Johnny, we'll see you tomorrow.
All right, let's just go watch his Bush Hall Pupst video first.
Yes. You are on today at 1?
No, I have a personal appointment, some medical stuff to do, and my brother's in town, and he's got a deployment coming up, so I want to spend some time with my brother.
Well, that makes sense. That excuse checks out. All right, yeah. Well, we will see you tomorrow. The next time people will see you then is tomorrow morning.
It's tomorrow morning, and then I'll be back on my show tomorrow afternoon.
All right, 7 a.m. Take it easy. We'll talk to you later.
Later.
All right, there he goes. That was gay. It's gay how we said that later at the end there. Seemed a little gay. All right, guys, we got a half hour to do some damage, and let's do that damage. I am done sending shit to Cheeseburger Pie. His address always comes back. I got caught up on all the merch yesterday, so we're at good. Guys, if I send you stuff 3 times and it keeps coming back to me, I'm sorry. You either gotta like, I don't know what to tell you, but like if you can't send me your address in a way that like will work, I don't know what to tell you. I've tried. Cheese will email me. He's like, I still haven't gotten this thing. I'm like, all right, it looks like when I looked it up this weekend, I go, okay, the last 3 times I've tried to send this to you, it has come back to me and it says wrong address, bad address, whatever. I need you to send me your address again and I will send it to you. He sends me the address. I copy paste it into the fucking thing, go to send him his thing. Next day, order canceled, order on hold, whatever. I'm sorry. Jeez, you got to write down your address properly is all I can say. All right, I got some Tim Pool shit. I know that you guys have some memberships. We've only had 1 gifted today, and we're 17 away from 500. So let's go. Let's get generous. You know, I know it's the Christmas season, too. So that's going to be a bit of a thing. But Abel Graham says, how does a toe listener receive said merch? You go to our Streamlabs store, and you order it. There you go. Here you go. Streamlabs.com/Steel Toe Morning Show /merch. There it is. We got the beanie for the winter, the women's cropped hoodie, the premium hoodie, the t-shirt, the mug. We're going to add some other things in there during the Christmas season. But go to streamlabs.com/Steel Toe Morning Show /merch. Every dollar that we make on the merch store goes to that thing we make every day that we can't talk about anymore until there's 5 minutes left. So that's how you would do it. Approachable says, wait, I know you're trying to send Cheese something, but which cell block did you try to send it to? Oh, maybe he has to specify the cell block. The dirty fucker. All right, I got some Tim Pool today, and I'm very happy to have some Tim Pool. I want you guys to watch this with me, and let's try to determine together whether or not you think Tim Pool might be a little jealous of Candace Owens. Candace Owens is like the hottest thing out there right now. And amidst all these algorithm changes that YouTube's doing, amidst all these people getting demonetized for saying Israel or Jews, Candace Owens is still able to find pretty good numbers. Now, don't get me wrong. They've definitely slashed her in the algorithm. She's gone from like 300,000 people watching at a time to 180, 190. But that's still an incredible number, and she's still doing a crazy job. And Tim Pool, not happy about it. Now, Tim Pool is a notorious fence sitter. Tim Pool is also very bitter. Tim Pool is like a jaded bitch when it comes to people not liking him or criticizing him. He seethes about Sam Cedar to this day. There's this guy with the last name Lindsay. There's this Lindsay guy that he's obsessed with. He had one of the Babylon Bee dudes on, not Seth Dillon. And like, he'll do this. Tim Pool will do this a lot. Some guy will have a problem with him, and he'll kind of expose him or he'll criticize him. And Tim Pool will bring another guy on and then piss and moan and bitch about the other guy to this other dude. It's so passive aggressive. It's so bitchy. I think that's why Tim Pool is trying to like buddy up to Myron Gaines, who's a hack and a grifter. But that whole manosphere thing needs to come to an end. It's embarrassing. It's just a bunch of insecure boys who didn't get a lot of pussy growing up trying to overcompensate. But I think Tim Pool's trying to buddy up to Myron so he doesn't look like such a bitch. He apparently has a problem with Candace Owens now, and you can tell when Tim Pool has a problem with somebody, he never addresses them directly. He'll instead go, oh, they're not that good, or they're not that great, or they're shitty, or they're... He's a woman, essentially. By the way, Tim, time to dust back here. I'm just looking at this amp. It's probably time to dust, buddy.
there's a lot of conversations that are happening behind the scenes with prominent personalities in the independent media space, libertarian, conservative, etc. And I spare drawing people into drama. That's why I'm not going to call any.
I spare drawing people into drama, which is why I bring people onto my show and bitch about this James Lindsay guy to the Babylon Bee dude. It's why I bring people in and I bitch about Sam Cedar to high heaven. I don't want to involve anybody in drama. Tim, you're a high school girl. You're a junior bitch. All you do is drag people into your drama. Why don't you have these people in your studio and talk to them face to face instead of bringing in people tangentially connected to them and then whining? That's what he does. He whinges.
Buddy out. But I've been talking to a lot of people, and I've mentioned this over the past week or so. Everybody knows that views right now in politics are in the gutter.
Okay.
Candace is doing very, very well, though.
Right.
And I think...
Oh, my God. Is he really going to try and take the approach that Candace Owens is somehow owned by the mainstream? The chick who's saying that the president of France's wife has a cock and that Jews killed Charlie Kirk. She's bought and paid for by the mainstream. And this, by the way, is Tim coping that his views are down. That's what he's doing at this moment. Now, he's not wrong. The political space, commentary on geopolitics is being throttled by YouTube. Absolutely, he's right. But still, he's not being genuine.
You know, look, if you want to get my professional marketing assessment of this, you take a look at some of these prominent personalities, and I don't want to denigrate, so I'm not going to name them, but guys.
But he just said Candace Owens. See, this is what I mean. He's a fence-sitting little coward. He's a bitch. He mentions Candace Owens, and he goes, I don't want to mention any names. I don't want to get in the gutter or get involved in drama. Yes, you do. Tim Pool still has this thing where he thinks he can wear that beanie and still be seen as a credible journalist. He's not. He's a propagandist. He's got a point of view. He's got a side, but he doesn't lean too far into that side in case the wind blows the other way. Tim, you do want the drama. You do want the smoke. Just be honest about it. Liberate yourself, Tim.
I'm telling you this right now. Go on YouTube, pull up whatever conservative personalities that you've heard of, and look at their view count, and you'll see they've dropped dramatically. You'll also see Candace is doing pretty dang well.
She's gone down a lot, though, too.
Everyone knows why. It's exactly as you've described.
Jews.
If people always need the next level, we've talked about this in the past about how they call Trump Hitler. It starts with saying, you know, Trump is bad. Then Trump is racist. Then Trump is very racist. Then he's the most racist. Then he's almost as bad as Hitler. Then he's as bad as Hitler. Then he's worse than Hitler. Because if they write the same article...
Tim Pool's takes are shit not grounded in reality. I mean, this is embarrassingly bad. This is how you know Tim Pool is propped up by dark money somewhere, because this is so... I don't know who could listen to this as entertainment.
Trump is racist. Nobody clicks it. So they got to give you it's the hit's got to get bigger. You don't feel it anymore. Behind the scenes, everybody is pissed off because they're like, I wish I was as evil as some of these people where I can just lie
to get the views.
Owens. But if you make a video where you're like, Marjorie Taylor Greene resigns, here are my thoughts. Everyone knows, bro, everyone knows Marjorie Taylor Greene's resigning. So why?
You understand this is all about Tim Pool, right? This is all Tim projecting his shit onto and he's saying, oh, behind the scenes, it's all the creators. They're not talking to you, dude.
They're going to watch you over anybody else. As more people enter the space, and we're at the back end of a political year, which was this year is ending, and it was a non-political year. Views are going to be in the gutter, revenue is going to be down, and people are going to be feeling it. You got two choices: stay true, dance with the ebb and the flow. Next year's midterms, views will start increasing for political content. I'm sorry, you got three choices. Pivot.
God, he's fucking boring. So he's trying to say that Candace Owens keeps ratcheting up. He won't say it because I don't want to be in the drama or the shit or anything. You are. But he's trying to say Candace just keeps ratcheting shit up. That's why she gets the views. No, she's the most interesting out there right now because she's fighting against the algorithm. She's fighting against the wave, and people are still going to watch her. It's really impressive. And Tim, the reach, it's not that people aren't clicking on the political stuff as much. It's that the people on your side are now anti-Israel. And it's not that people aren't clicking on that. It's that they're not being presented it by YouTube. YouTube isn't putting it out there. YouTube is choking off Israel shit in the algorithm, Tim. It's a YouTube rig. It's not about, oh, it's an off year and there's not as much clicks and revenue and everyone's going to be feeling it. This is you self-soothing on the air. And you're mad at Candace because she's making the money and she's more popular. Tim, there's always going to be someone more popular than you. And there's always going to be someone more popular than Candace.
And try and do non-political stuff, cultural stuff that may be of general interest. I think we've tried doing that quite a bit throughout the past several years, knowing this cycle. So that's why some of our videos, like Solar Storm videos, like 200,000 views. But we've always had those guests on. Your third option. Roll with it, baby. France wants to kill me. There's an Israeli in it. The White House knows. I'm fleeing, and then.
Wow, I thought you didn't want to name names and get in the drama, Tim. I thought you didn't want to do that. That sounded an awful lot like Candace Owens. God, he is such a girl. Like, he's got so many feminine qualities about him. When he goes into this stuff, like, it's so passive aggressive. It's that I'm not going to name any names. I want to stay out of the drama, and then directly reference Candace, but because you didn't say her name, somehow that makes it okay. And really, what it is it's a dipshit who thinks he's smarter than everyone, while everyone watches him in the monkey cage go, we know what you're doing. You're not tricking any of us. You know, that's the worst, is you get these guys who use weasel words and they're completely full of shit. Their brains are rotted. They're retarded. And then they start saying shit, and that little wry smile comes over their face like they're getting one over. Meanwhile, everyone else is behind the glass looking in at them going, you understand you're in the monkey cage, bro. Like, you understand we're all watching you. We know what you're doing. And nobody is tricked by this. You're mad that Candace is making all the money. You're mad that she's taking all the oxygen. I think also with Tim Pool, I think he's run his course. He'll never be as popular as he used to be because people do want people to take a stand. We're entering one of those times in history where people need to pick a side. Fence sitters will be punished. And Tim Pool is an uninteresting fence-sitting guy who adds nothing to the conversation and adds nothing to the debate. So Tim Pool is going to have problems. But it's not Candace's fault. You could mildly say it's YouTube's fault but they get to run their algorithm the way they want to. Tim's just upset that it's not Tim Pool Day anymore, and he wants someone to blame. I'm not going to blame anybody. I mean, shit, we've run afoul of YouTube a shitload of times. They don't want to send our shit out there. We talk about wild shit on this show, and we're jumping all over the place. They don't want to send that shit out to people. I get it. I understand. You're trying to serve a certain clientele, and we shit on that clientele. Totally understandable. Willing to take the slings and arrows for it. But Tim trying to be this ultimate truth teller, but then also bitching that the views and the money aren't there the way it used to be. Again, more fence-sitting behavior. Rusty Grammer says Candace is the furthest thing from bought and paid for. Bappa Shab says bald guy coping that he doesn't have a real audience. I mean, that's about it. That's about it, my friend. Tim, look, there are a lot of people, myself included, who would die to have Tim's audience size. And instead, he wants to cope about it by pretending it's everyone else. I don't hear Tucker bitching about this. I don't hear Fuentes bitching about this. Hell, I don't even think I hear like the Quartering guy or Crowder or any of these other people. I don't hear them bitching about this. So when Tim Pool says, well, it's the industry, a lot of people are saying it. Whenever Tim Pool says shit like that, just assume he's talking about himself because that's who he means. Now, is this the same rant or is this a part two to it that somebody attached?
I'll see Candace is doing, so I'm not going to name them, but guys, I'm telling you this right now. Go on YouTube, pull up.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was the same clip. But yeah, he says Candace and then he goes, I'm not going to mention names because, I don't want to, this isn't for drama. You can always tell what's bothering Tim behind the scenes based on what he's bitching about on the show and trying to be secretive about it. All right, guys. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, throw in a few bucks. We'd appreciate it. a couple of memberships. How many are we away? 17 away from 500. Let's get down to business. What do you say? I know you guys like the show better this way. I know the show's been doing better with the changes that we've made. Keep it possible for us to make those changes. All right? Thank you very much. Now's the time. All right? That or 9 minutes from now. All right, this story, look, I want to say before I even hit play, I'm proud of this woman. She's doing great. She's awesome. She's wonderful. Whatever. Stories like this make me feel like shit because I'm going to golf my whole life and I'll probably never be an under 90 golfer. I'll probably never be a bogey golfer. But this next story features a woman who got her fucking leg bitten off by a shark and she's crushing it out on the golf course. What's her handicap? A leg. And now I've got to live knowing there's someone like this out there.
Welcome back. It's been exactly 536 days since the life of a Mountain Brook teen changed forever.
Lulu Gribben, one of 3 people injured in separate shark attacks off the coast of Florida that day. And in the nearly 18 months since, she's used her experience to inspire others.
In fact, she was recently named Southern Living's Southerner of the Year. And it's why tonight we're heading to the golf course with the teen who survived that shark attack. That's where Brittany Decker reveals who she's become since that day and the lessons her journey has to offer.
And an arm and a leg. I would pay an arm and a leg to be able to break 90. So she has a fake leg and she still takes that off to golf one-legged. Just showing off for those of us who fucking hook it into the trees on every tee shot.
The waves don't always stay gentle. Sometimes they crash into you with everything they've got.
Life might throw curveballs at us.
But if you ask Lulu Gribben, the waves can show you what you're made of.
You never give up and you just keep swimming.
That lesson came at 15.
Was there a moment when you were in the water that you realized what was happening to you?
When I was attacked.
Yeah, the ow. What a dumb question. Hey, when you were getting eaten by sharks, did you know what was happening? No, I thought it was minnows nibbling my toes.
By a shark, I knew everything that had happened. And I was in so much shock that I didn't feel it bite me.
But the shallow water attack soon became reality.
And I raised my arm out of the water and there was just nothing there.
She lost a hand, a leg, and the world she knew.
Everything was just going to be different.
God, and she's a better fucking golfer than I am. That was a Titleist Pro V1 on her tee, and I'm sure she doesn't lose them like an asshole like I do.
Now, this is where you find Lulu.
And it is 3D printed and it has my name on it.
Adapter locked onto her club, one leg planted, a ball waiting. Clean contact again and again. Beside her, pro adaptive golfer Chris Biggins.
Right hand on that club now. It's going to help it fade a little bit more.
His first question in their golf lesson.
Are you going to get hurt? And she says, like, no, I can fall down. Like, it's encouraged. Like, let's go full force.
Can I have fallen down?
Have not fallen down. I think I've fallen down more than you have.
You can take a smaller step on the right.
She's fucking better golfer than like. I'm proud of her. This is an inspiring story. This is wonderful. But it's just, for me, it's more just the fact that I'll never be as good as she is. Like, this is not a story attacking this woman. She's incredible. She's so great. It makes me feel like a piece of shit.
Everything after that day, June 7th, 2024, had to be relearned.
I just wanted to get better, and I wanted to prove the doctors wrong. So if they would tell me like a challenge, and I would get that done as soon as possible because I'm very competitive.
Walking, running.
The knee allows for it to swing really easily.
Sports.
She's fucking playing. Okay, now I'll take her on the basketball court. I just have a size advantage that I think would be good.
Life.
And then
I can't water ski. I never could get up on the water ski. God, she's just fucking crushing it.
The car, and my legs slide in very easily.
Probably better than Somalis.
And I have 3 pedals.
She even got her license.
Excited to be able to have my own freedom and just be able to drive wherever I want. I think it has allowed for a lot more opportunities, and it's just been fun.
That is wild, though. Like, people who can do that it's so impressive because even if someone decided, fuck it, I'm done. Like, I'm just kind of tapping out on life. I'm giving up. I'll just be a cripple. Like, it's understandable. Like, you had your arm and your leg bitten off by a shark. I can understand you going, well, I'll just adapt to whatever my new life is now, I suppose. I would get it. I would understand it. But the fact that she's like, nah, fuck that. I'm going to drive. I'm going to golf. I'm going to play basketball. I'm going to water ski. It's like, holy shit. I don't even like have the get up and go to do some of that shit now. And I got everything. I got all my arms and legs. But for her to actually be good at it, that just tells me that I suck at golf. That's the message I'm getting. Well, guys, I'd really appreciate a few memberships and whatnot. Thank you very much for contributing to the program. Before we get to the part where I tell you, where we pass the offering plate around, I got a little breaking news for you. Interest payment on the national debt hit a record $104.4 billion for 1 month. $104 billion. That is just the interest. That's just so we can keep the shit to shoe level. That's not like what the further debt was, which probably another 120 billion, 130 billion dollars a month. So we got 104 billion in just interest. And then we're probably adding another 130 billion. So about $250 billion goes towards debt-related service. That's $250 billion a month. People were tweeting this saying this is how empires fall. I mean, it is one of those things where you're like, hey, what are we waiting for? Like, what's going to be the kick in the ass moment that we're going to decide that we need to address some of this debt? Just like, what's it going to take? Because right now it's $38 trillion. It's 120% of GDP. It's $1 trillion a year in interest payments. And that's not enough. I mean, I'm worried that we're not going to do anything about it until, we've already passed the point of no return. But $104.4 billion for October. Good job, guys. Team effort. Team effort. All right, guys, I need you to throw in. It's been 4.5 hours and I haven't said a word. I'm liking that part of the show. Now I get to put all my stress into one 6-minute segment, and it's going to be wonderful. My kids were playing with the siren over there, so I got to go grab that. You guys, if we've done a good show today for you, while the music's playing, throw in a couple of bucks. We're going to need some big fake donos today. 160 is the number. So fire up the music. We need to make $160 in these 5 minutes, please. All right, let's make $160. Show me it was a good show. Show me you loved what we were doing today. Or show me that we shouldn't do what we did today. Das Optic Nerve says, I wonder what America's credit score would be. Well, apparently we're still, AA, AAA? I mean, we're up there still. All right, guys, $160. If we do 17 memberships, I do have to go until 11 because every 100 memberships, I give an extra half hour. Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo has been about empty today. But we appreciate anything you contribute, so throw in. $160 is our number. We got 5 minutes to hit it. This has been the new approach for the show. I like it in terms of performance. I think it does raise the possibility that we have misses, which aren't good for the show, obviously. But it also says, hey, if you like the show you're hearing, throw some memberships. Throw a little PayPal. Get a few fake donos in there. Let's get some fake donos. Tin the Toolman Taylor says, enough of this song, find a new fresh grift. I think you're right, because it ain't working. I guess if people like the song, chip in. Otherwise, we will retire it today. I think Tim the Toolman Taylor's got a good point. Thank you, Balls Deep, for gifting a membership. 16 memberships away from 500. 155 away from today's goal. Grand Poobah says, I liked the news coverage today. Look, I loved the show today, but only the money tells me where to go. Only the money. So, goal gets knocked out. I know we're on the right track. Goal doesn't get knocked out. I worry. 155. Let's get a little money pumped into this thing. All right. Grand Poobah with 5 gifted memberships. There we go. There we go. 5 gifted memberships. That's going to put us at 130, and it's going to put Grand Poobah in the top 5 with his $30. All right, guys, there's the first one. We got one more run here. Sandy in 4th, TDR Shit Show at 10. Red Fox Matt is going to be at Central Booking with 15. Sorry, I got to keep this going. Central Booking. Red Fox Mad at 15. Grand Poobah at 30 is in 3rd. All right, let's fire up the song one more time. We got $130 we got to make. Let's roll, boys and girls. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. We are 11 memberships away from 500. 11 memberships. $5 from You Need Me More says, I'm telling you, I need the reminders to donate or I forget. Well, there's your reminder. 125 away from today. Let's get it. You Need Me More says, I like the second song much better. Well, I like Donos much better. I like whichever song brings the money. A few more of those 5 membership drops, and we've got ourselves an extra half hour to today's show. Please and thank you. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. 125 away. MSO says it ain't your day, champ. I worry. 2 minutes to go. Help us out. Help us hit that number. You guys are always perfect somehow. 125. 11 memberships away from 500. Fake donos, big drops. Fake donos, big drops. What do you got for us? Click one of the links. I'm Keanu now. I'm making just mouth noises. Well, MSO's looking good, and 125 doesn't look good for us, that's for sure. So help out how you can if you love the show, if you think we did a good job. Otherwise, I can change up the content tomorrow, whatever makes the money. We've got an evening show tonight. Hopefully they help us out, but we need you guys. Help us out. Fake donos, big fake anonymous donos is what we need right now. Rescue us in our final moment here. 1 minute to go. And 125 is the number. Shit. I hate it when I enjoy the show and I think it went fast and really good and there's no money in it. I'm like, oh shit. I'm out of touch again. All right, I'll let you guys 45 seconds. I'll shut up. We'll see if me shutting up helps. $11 memberships buys us another 5 minutes or 30 minutes, guys. We got 17 seconds. We'll let this run, and then it's a big hit to start the week. Oh. All right. Well, hey. You know, the thing about not begging for it the whole show is that at least this part, is only 5 minutes long. You know, I think we got to replace Erica. I think that's a big part of it too. You guys can decide tonight. Just throw in, I got to monetize it though. So you guys throw in donos tonight and tell me what we should do in terms of, a new song. If any of you, I'm going to do this